Yes, y'all. It's another Saturday night. Therefore, it's another Saturday night Shoot the Breeze. I want to thank everyone who had participated last week. Want to thank you guys who posted to the Discord during the week. I want to thank you guys who listened to the playback from last week's episode as well. Also, I posted some memes and whatnot on the community tab. Thank you guys for commenting. That's the kind of thing that a channel like this really needs to see. By the way, if you're on the Discord, you might notice that there's some things happening. I'm kind of revamping the Discord, changing up some stuff, adding some new features, taking some old ones away. So it's going to look a little messy for a little time, but I'm going to get it together where it should encourage more engagement, more people having conversations. So look out for me putting up stuff. Let's have a game night or two. Let's have some polls. Let's have some viewing of a movie or documentary. We actually used to do this a little bit in the beginning, but let's get back to that. Let's get back to engaging a little, and you'll see some engagement material coming up soon after we posted Shoot the Breeze episode, but not only on YouTube. With that said, I know tonight may be a tricky night because Canelo Crawford tonight. Make sure you guys hit the poll, vote on the poll tonight. That's at the top of the chat. What we have in store for you guys tonight? Tonight, we're going to be talking about Dr. Umar Johnson and Master Charlie. We're going to revisit the conversation we had a few weeks ago. Is aid killing Africa? But this time, we're going to hear from the economist Dambisa Moyo, as requested. We're going to have a discussion on the influence of different economic models in Africa and its effect. That's something I had questions about too last time we had that is aid killing Africa conversation. We're going to try to answer the question, how do you position yourself to win in a multipolar world? And that question is redirected at Africa herself. Lastly, with Burkina Faso's new family code, can they also ban interracial relationships? So those are the topics we have tonight. If you want to join the conversation, the live conversation, click the link pinned at the top of the chat. That'll give you access to the panel. And from there, you can give your thoughts on all these topics that we have tonight. So what we're going to do without further ado is start the show officially. And on the other side, I'll introduce any and all of my panelists, as well as drop Shoot the Breeze topic number one. Do stay tuned. Hit the like button in the meantime. Click the bell if you haven't subscribed. Share the show to your social media. We'll be right back.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAC Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now, your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. the other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Once again, we're back for another episode. In fact, it's episode 211 of Shoot the Breeze. So I am happy that you guys have continued to support by coming through and giving a listen to the show. I'd like to get these numbers, the live numbers of the live chat up. I know it's difficult to do because the show's on a Saturday night. And a night like this, when we have this fight coming up with Canelo and Crawford, I know it's going to be a little difficult. But I just want to remind folks, you can have your TV on in the background, watch the fight, tune into the show at the same time, have these great discussions of these topics that people took their time to post and thought it was important and informational to the listeners. So by all means, have your TV on in the background, but you can still hang out with us. With that said, though, allow me to introduce my panelists who have joined us so far tonight. That'll be one, Jacadero. Jacadero, how are you this week?
Hey, it's fight night, man. Omaha Representative Bud Crawford in the building. It's going to be a great night. Appreciate you, Koku.
Yeah, appreciate you being here as well, man. Thank you for coming through. And the one and only Bwana Haduziki. Bwana, how are you this week?
I'm good. I'm hoping everyone can hear me. Jacadero, I hope you're well. Koku, I hope you're well as well.
Appreciate it.
Yes, I can hear you. Like Jacadero said, appreciate it. Man, thank you guys for coming through. So far, it's just us, but you know how we do. We can make a show rock with just a few of us on the panel. Without further ado, though, let me get right to it. We Shoot the Breeze topic number one tonight. Shoot the Breeze. Oh, hold on a second. I have a little delay here. Okay, there we go. Shoot the Breeze topic number one says Dr. Umar Johnson and Master Charlie. You guys can probably guess where this is going, but this came with a link that's going to take us to YouTube, to one O'Shea Duke Jackson. Looks like you guys can't see my screen, can you?
We can see
there
it.
It goes. There's some delay going on here. Maybe I turn my VPN off or something. And on the other side, we'll have a discussion about
Umar. You remember many years ago, he did a particular talk. And in the talk, he discussed some problematic people in the Black community. And the
to put some of them to sleep in order to take back the neighborhood. Some of y'all don't want to hear that because you don't live in reality. But I'm telling you, as a psychologist, I'm not going to be able to psychologize all of them on the corner. Some of them going to sleep.
Oh yes, the foregone clip that everybody in the community is talking about. Some people will have to leave for good. They can't be saved and they can't be helped. Now, on the flip side, you have whites who may feel the same way about blacks, and even some of the people in their community. And in the case of what happened with Charlie Kirk, a lot of people are just not feeling sympathetic, right? And you got to understand, Charlie Kirk just didn't offend people in the black community. He also offended people in the Arabic community. He was a big time supporter of Israel and really disliked Gaza or Palestine. And even some of the people in that community weighed in on this past.
The news of the murder of Charlie Kirk is deeply shocking and absolutely wrong. I want to say clearly, I do not agree with much of what he used to stand for, but I would never wish this upon him or anyone. Violence and murder are not justice, they are crimes. And Islam clearly states, whoever kills a soul, it is as if that person has slain all of mankind. There is a beautiful Sufi saying, Dushman mare to khushi na kariye, asa bhi mar jana. Do not rejoice at the death of your enemy, for we too shall die one day.
Now, you notice he did mention the word enemy. He kind of slipped up there. So he did say that, but still doesn't believe that he should have passed away. Now, Dr. Umar Johnson also weighed in on this. And typically when somebody high profile dies, it was the same with Kevin Samuels. He did not like Kevin Samuels or vice versa. But anytime he sees someone that is being mocked in their death, Dr. Umar Johnson will come to his platform and say something. In this case, Dr. Umar Johnson said something that was unthinkable. He said this: while I did not agree with Mr. Kirk's rhetoric and considered him to be an anti-black bigot, I will never rejoice at the loss of life of anyone who hasn't directly participated in the unaliving of a member of the black African race. I am ashamed to see members of my community celebrating the situation. I will never ask you to mourn the loss of an enemy of our race, but to celebrate an unaliving is completely unacceptable. We know all too well that the greatest recipients of political assassinations in this country have been our people. Stop laughing at the misfortunes of others and get prepared. Political assassinations have returned to the United States of America courtesy of the deep state. Now, once Dr. Umar Johnson posted this, it was not a lot of people who were excited about it. Look at this person here. L comment, I'm disappointed. Love and release, you must really need some money. Nascadimony, you could have said nothing. No one was waiting for your take. Silence is the strongest weapon. Now you've alienated your base and still won't gain support from the other side because you're still black. I thought y'all knew Dr. Umar is the least serious person ever who clearly does not give a F about black people. I'm gonna be honest, I did not lose any sleep last night, or no sleep last night. This person goes, I wonder if he would have wrote this if they shot you. Just a thought. Now, a person also made a video and responded to Dr. Umar's commentary.
Yeah, and I don't know who told Dr. Umar that he was a spokesperson of all black people, but we need to stop that right now. Why did he feel the need to go on Instagram and tell us that we needed to stop rejoicing that Charlie Kirk is dead and that he had no direct action of black people being harmed? I mean, Google is free, but that's neither here or there. Dr. Umar is a perfect example of what happens when you perform black radicalism. That shit is a performance to him, because when it's times like this and when shit happens, when it's time for you to actually put it in practice, you fumble. Dr. Umar is more worried about the platforms that he's probably going to be no longer invited to if he sits there and seems like he's rejoicing over the fact that Charlie Kirk is dead, rather than being now the spokesperson for black people and talking sense into us. And like he said, there's going to be some people, we're not going to be able to psychologize this from some people. Some people are going to have to be put to sleep for good.
Now, I want to weigh in on all of this. First of all, this is customary of Dr. Umar Johnson's behavior. When somebody passes away and they're being mocked, no matter who they are, Dr. Umar Johnson will come to his Instagram and say exactly what he's saying now. This is consistent. This is not Dr. Umar Johnson selling out. This is not Dr. Umar Johnson buffooning for white people. So let's get that clear. This is not Dr. always been his position. But does he know something that blacks don't? And I'm going to tell you why he might be right. Number one, we live in an era where it is okay to make fun of people who passed away more now than before, with drill music and that culture and dissing the dead. It's something that happens on social media a lot. But here's the problem with that. We have a president that is in office that is the most powerful president I've ever seen. And I mean, like, it's almost like more power every day is being decentralized into his hand. He's almost like a dictator. I'm just going to be honest. That's my take. So, and right now you can't even criticize a Charlie Kirk. Okay. Charlie Kirk was not a politician, but this is how strong they feel. If you criticize Charlie Kirk, now if you're a foreigner, immigrant, what they're going to do is they're going to look to deport you. That doesn't happen any sitting president. That is almost a different. I don't know how constitutional it is, but that's something you expect from an African leader to do. Like we're in the country that I'm in right now, talking about the president badly. Don't go outside. Okay, it's you know you're doing the wrong thing. Okay, that's how it's starting to be right now with Trump. And so now he's already been shot at before. Okay, and so now he's going to increase his security wherever he goes. His security detail is going to be increased. And as you know, Charlie Kirk was also anti-migrant. So if you are saying certain things, what people are going to do is they're going to look and screenshot what you're saying. And if you work someplace and you happen to have a conservative boss, yeah, you could be fired. And then you try to go and do a lawsuit or whatever, and it's a federal lawsuit. What do you think they're going to do? They're going to pass it by. Thousands of people are losing their jobs behind this. And this is what Dr. Umar Johnson probably understands. Okay, guys, listen, let's not focus on this and just get back to the community. And also, here's another thing. The Charlie Kirk situation is really not our fight. He was critical. He said nasty things with the black community, but black people did not kill him. So what's happening is that you're going to get a war between the white liberals and the white conservatives. So blacks don't need to get caught up in that because whites are already getting more hostile towards blacks anyway. And I'm telling you from what I can see, and I saw this coming the last 10 years, a lot of white people on the right are tired of black people in their own mind, okay? They're tired of not being able to say what they want to say. They have the whole black fatigue thing. You would have never seen black fatigue come out on the internet 10 years ago. They were afraid to talk like that because they would get fired. Now they're not afraid to say those things no more, okay? So what's going to happen is black people getting caught up in that is dangerous for us because number one, we don't own the businesses. They do, or others own the business. So us getting caught up in that put us more in danger with them. And these white people are really not playing. I'm going to tell you that right now. One thing about white people is when they get ready to get turned up, they're really not joking. That's just what's happening. So that's probably why he's trying to not get involved with this because he understands that nothing can be gained from blacks getting involved with this. And he is right. I'm gonna be honest. If I was a little bit younger, I'd be like, nah, Umar, or whatever. But me being 44 and understanding and living amongst what whites can do, like I live all over the world, and I see the frustrations and calamities of what white supremacy is all about. And Dr. Umar Johnson, despite his shortcomings, he understands the play, and the play is not to be in battle with them right now. That's not it. Okay. He passed away. It's over. Okay. It's done. Let's go to the next thing. And that is the right thing to say. If you have a platform like Dr. Umar, that's the right thing to say. Because if you on here talking like that and you don't have no income, your income depends on somebody else, you don't have nothing to be saying. If you work for them, you really don't. They sign your check, and you got to be careful. Even if you work for white liberals, if you work for white liberals, even MSNBC, they're firing people talking about Charlie Kirk. Okay, political commentators are being fired. Look at this guy, Matthew Dowd. Okay, MSNBC fires analyst Matthew Dowd over Charlie Kirk's shooting remarks. What did he say? Hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which lead to hateful actions. You can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying all these awful words and then not expect awful actions to take place. Basically, you cause yourself. The liberal left fired his ass. So then if they catch you, somebody online, screenshotting and calling your job, then your ass is going to go too. That's what he knows. So guys, what do you think? It's your boy O'Shea Duke Jackson. Back at it again. Club soda off, unless I was drunk.
So KW Don 7 in the chat points out that Camjiverse did a brilliant analysis of Umar's buffoonery. You know, I saw Camjiverse's video come up, but I didn't have a chance to listen to it. When I did the search, O'Shea Duke Jackson came up, and I'm not really crazy about O'Shea Duke Jackson at all. In fact, if you listen to his commentary in that video that just happened, he's a scared Negro too. With that said, shout out to KW Don 7, shout out to Trigger Happy 262 Plus, shout out to Issues by Pauline saying good evening, and any other folks out there. There's a Kevin, aka Mr. K, who's out there as well. You know what? While I'm here, before I throw it to the panelists, let me read some comments. Trigger Happy 262 Plus says the whole Charlie Kirk situation shows that many black people would not be ready or bold for political warfare. It further discourages those who are ready because they are outnumbered by integrationists. Well said, Trigger. Well said. KW 7 says, how's Umar going to teach black boys military science when he doesn't even understand warfare? Warfare starts with propaganda. Kirk was a propagandist who railed against black folk. Trigger mentions that Charlie Kirk, from his understanding and mine too, wasn't taken out by the left, but by someone further right than he is. Also, white folks, I'm sure it'll be discussed by the panelists, white folks went on a whole rant and tirade looking to go to war and take advantage of HBCU college students, black college students. Kevin, aka Mr. K, says, bottom line, black people have always historically been the biggest victims of cancel culture. With that said, let me throw it to the panelists. I introduced Jacadero and Buana earlier. I'm going to quickly introduce the new panelists who join us. That'll be our brother Black Steel. Black Steel, how are you this week?
I'm doing wonderful. How about yourself?
I'm hanging in there, man. Thanks for coming through. As always. With that said, let me start with Jacadero. Jacadero, Dr. Umar Johnson, and Master Charlie. What say you?
What? And hold on, I'm eating on this. I'm eating some good food right now. Not worrying about whoever was assassinated. But I got to see Dr. Umar twice when he came to Omaha. He spoke well. He's a great speaker. You know, he's probably, I'd say, the closest thing to this new age as far as nationally, the new age Khalid Muhammad, because he's entertaining and he's also insightful. So give him that. What bothered me about that statement when O'Shea Jackson said, "Oh, this is consistent," and like he's usually like this. That clip that we have showing right now, where he's like, you know, we need to get rid of the youth, right? The gang members, the drug dealers. Okay, cool, right? Like you want to say that, right? But you had no smoke at all. No smoke at all for this. I got to watch you speak, and you had the most to say, especially about white folks. But when it came time to put in, represent it, you folded like an envelope. It's quite comical. You know, O'Shea Duke Jackson says like, oh, like Umar should be, he alluded that Umar should be on the lookout or watch out. I think he's alluding to like Umar should be looking over his shoulder. Should he say something that might be inflammatory? Fuck that shit. Umar's been saying inflammatory statements his entire career. So what is he so scared about? Why are you scared? You're supposed to be the leader, right? You're the Prince of Pan-Africanism. Come on, this was terrible to see. And then especially Duke Jackson, even he was like tiptoeing. And it's like, you live in Uganda, as far as I'm concerned. So why are you, like you have every reason to be mincing your words in Uganda about Museveni, sure, but you live in Uganda. Like, what are you scared about? Huh? That was another thing. So this is my time to like rip into, pun intended, Mr. Charlie Kirk. Fuck you. Fuck you. Everything that the Empowerment Network works towards, you did everything that you could to draw up conservative support to make sure that that doesn't happen. But guess what? We're still here, Mr. Kirk. We're still here. You're not. Suck our fucking dick. Saying when you get on a plane, I hope it's not a black pilot. Bitch, I hope a black pilot never will. I mean, you're not around anymore. So, I'm sure a black pilot wouldn't want to fly you anyways. Saying black women. But I get it though. He represented that side hard. So, he was saying what he wanted to say. It was besides Umar, I know that we've seen Candace Owens, I've only seen her for the past 2 years, but she's been around longer. For her being being a puppet for the right as well, and just like her crying, it's like you don't work for his company, you don't even work for the Daily Wire anymore. Like Ben Shapiro told you, like, the moment that you criticize Israel, I'm done with you. So why are you still on this thing? You have your own thing going on. Girl, don't you know that Benin is offering African citizenship to anybody that can prove that they were descendants of the transatlantic slave trade? Candace Owens, you get the biggest hee-haw too. Hee-haw! And again, Mr. Charlie Kirk, fucking loser. Fuck you.
I appreciate that, Jacadero. Yeah, Cheryl is in the chat. She says, what Umar say now? Well, I posted it on the community tab on this YouTube channel, but I'll read it here for you about Charlie Kirk. While I did not agree with Mr. Kirk's rhetoric and consider him to be an anti-black bigot, I will never rejoice at the loss of life of anyone who hasn't directly participated in the unaliving of a member of the Black African race. I am ashamed to see members of my community celebrating this situation. I will never ask you to mourn the loss of an enemy of our race, but to celebrate an unaliving is completely unacceptable. We know all too well that the greatest recipients of political assassinations in this country have been our own people. Stop laughing at the misfortunes of others and get prepared. Political assassinations have returned to the United States of America, courtesy of the deep state. The best thing that Umar said in that, the whole thing was weak. Like someone said in, I guess, under this post, and O'Shea Jackson pointed out, you could have said nothing. So that's what Umar said. That's pretty much what we're discussing in Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight, titled Dr. Umar Johnson and Master Charlie. With that said, let me hear from Buana next. Buana, what's it?
Yeah, I think that O'Shea Du Jackson is deflecting. And what he is doing is he is putting onus on Umar Johnson as if he is a standard bearer for anybody. Umar Johnson is just a YouTuber. He's not and I guess the insult really is to undermine Pan-Africanism. And since Dr. Umar Johnson is a person out here, he's calling himself the Prince of Pan-Africanism, people look at that and say, okay, well, the leaders of Pan-Africanism are weak. But in truth, this is not a Pan-African issue. This is a Black American nativist issue. This is a FBA ADOS issue. How is that? Because these people have been going around all around the place talking about how American they are, how they built the country, how they fought in wars, etc., etc., etc. It would seem to me, if you've done all that, then you have the right to speak your mind as an American person. Freedom of speech is one of the constitutional things that you all value in America. So if someone was to say, like Pete Hegseth saying, well, we're going to go after people who are criticizing this man's death, it seemed to me like the nativists, the people who are carrying the water for the American flag, is supposed to be the first person to speak up in the room to say, wait a minute, we are the foundation of this country, and we believe one of our essential ideas and values is the freedom of speech. You cannot take the freedom of speech away from us and stop us from speaking freely. The Pan-African is saying, well, my standard is Garvey. Let me say that. My standard is Garvey. My standard is not Umar Johnson. And what Garvey said about this, in terms of enemies, he said, listen, he said that his enemies and his children, they would see retribution for their injustice. And I mean, that's going to happen. But these people have been carrying water for in terms of American nationalism, which is that one of the values that they talk about is the freedom of speech. So why are you deflecting to Umar Johnson and what his words are? No, you need to find out what Tariq Nasheed and all the other Black American nativists who carrying the big American flag on their shoulder saying, well, we believe in these principles and values. And if someone was to try to stop that, our voice is supposed to be the biggest voices in the room, not Umar Johnson. In fact, I would even say this. When the president of the United States, John F. Kennedy, was killed, Elijah Muhammad told Malcolm X not to say anything negative about the president's death. Now, he had his own reasons for saying so, and it was political for him. It was politically motivated that he would not say certain things on certain matters. It was politically motivated. But for the rest of the nativists, they could have said whatever the hell they wanted to because they believe that they have a stake and claim within America. So if someone's saying, well, we're going to cut your ability to speak freely in your American society, you saying you are foundational to this country, these are the things you fought and bled for, your voice is supposed to be the loudest in the room. Why deflect to him? That's the first thing. The second thing is, this is not the first time a person has got murdered politically because of their political opinions and speech. There was just a lawmaker in Minnesota, a liberal. I forget her name is. What is her name? Her name is Melissa Hortman, and her husband was gunned down by a MAGA person, because and it was a political motivation and why the person gunned her down. No conversation on that. The president even attended his funeral. This guy is Kirk guy is going to get presidential medals of honor and all kinds of things because of his death. No mention of this lady who was killed because of what a MAGA person did because she was a Democratic person. No mention of that. I think it's Peter Hegseth right now is going around and saying, if you are critical of this man's death or say anything celebratory and you work for the government or the military, we coming after you. So for me, I would think the loudest persons in the room would be the people who say we foundation of this country. We could say what we want to say. We could say what we want to say. So like I say, for me, I see it as a deflection. And also, Umar Johnson is not a representative of all Pan-Africans. He is not a leader of Pan-Africanism. But this guy wants to go after Pan-Africanism, this O'Shea guy, and he couches it in this kind of, this guy is a whatever. I know the young bulls like Jacadero have their sentiments, and I respect that. But sometimes you have to step away from the problem really to assess it. And there are many people who have been fired up to this point. Many Black people are getting fired for celebrating the death of this guy. For celebrating the death. Is that beneficial for Black people or people who look at Black people who want to see them do well? I don't think so. So yes, his response may have been a milquetoast one because there are people who looking at him and say, well, maybe we should respond this way, because they understand that the minister of war or minister of national defense is going after people who are seeking to criticize this man's death. So I don't know what his angle is in doing that particular thing. But I would say this: I understand when we speak on these matters, the American history, or the people who look at American history, they just start where it is, wherever the situation happened, But George Lincoln Rockwell, anyone under the sound of my voice, look him up. He was the head of the American Nazi Party. His speech was identical to Charlie Hegseth, no, not to Charlie Kirk or whatever, identical. And one of his own members in his own organization gunned him down. History is to have a way of repeating itself for whatever. If you want to spread that hate, it's gonna come home back to you for whatever reason. But I don't look at Dr. Umar Johnson for this thing. I don't look at. I think that this is an answer for the FBA people and the nativists to answer and respond to what is actually going on and the fallout from it. Not Umar Johnson. I really don't. I don't see what the importance of that is. I really don't. But for people who look to him in terms of leadership, they can have their way with it. I just see it. I don't deflect. Stand on what you believe. You believe in this right-wing politics, right-wing ideologies, and right-wing principles. Now it's time for you to represent what you stand for, and it seemed like you want to pass the buck off to someone else. Pan-Africanism, or in terms of what this guy talking about, is trying to create his own nation state. So what happens in another man's country? Well, they usually have political answers that are milquetoast, a general recognition of what happened, and they move on from that, because that's not their purpose. That's not their purpose. But your purpose is, we believe in Americanism. We believe that we should be acknowledged. We are the foundation of this country. And if someone is trying to stop you from all the so-called rights and privileges you enjoy, where you say you build a country, then you should stand up and say, well, you can't do that to me. So I'm saying, don't deflect. Stand on what you believe. And this particular guy, O'Shea Duke Jackson, is one of these people who is a Black American nativist. Stand on your Americanism. But that's what I believe in. That's what I believe. So I'll just leave it. I'll leave it.
I get what you're saying, but this guy, Charlie Kirk, was integral in influencing our conservative politicians here in Nebraska. Some of the pivotal programs that we got going on under the Empowerment Network was heavily criticized and heavily scrutinized by people that were influenced by Charlie Kirk. The governor, when our first Black mayor was elected back in May, the governor went on TV and said, I don't see me working with him. He had no other reason to say that. No other reason. No other reason. Fuck this guy, Charlie Kirk. Fuck him. Fuck him. And Umar, Umar, if you're listening, how does it feel that out of all people that stood on business, it was Tariq Nasheed this week that stood on business instead of you? I've been to 2 of your events, and you've been standing on business up until this week. Tariq Nasheed has been the one to be like, no, fuck that guy, and fuck everything that he represents. Imagine Tariq Nasheed. I love what you said, Buana, about the FBA got to take care of this. And look at that. The FBA have been standing on business and saying, yo, you didn't fuck with us? So cool, it's fuck you. And then the Prince of Pan-Africanism, you might not look him as a leader, Buana, but guess what? He's been a leader nonetheless. The Prince of Pan-Africanism. Literally, he's made a career out of being this guy, right? This guy. If we're Pan-African nationalists, this is one of our guys. This is the most public guy that we got. I can't name a more public figure of Pan-Africanism in the United States than Dr. Umar Ifa Tunde. And you crumbled. You crumbled. This is ridiculous. It was ridiculous, Buana.
But Jacadero, you see him as a leader, and I understand that. But leaders in organizations, leaders have obligations to the people who they lead. This person, Dr. Umar Johnson, I understand he's a very good speaker, but he works alone. He's like one of them jackleg preachers who goes from one church to another church. He answers really to no one. He said he was going to build a school that's not been built in, I mean, many years. And he's just been taking money off of the people. He's very problematic. And I'm saying that there are other people who have schools. They have been doing things that's tangible that is affecting the lives of Black people every day. This guy is just a good speaker. Who is he leading, and where is he leading these people to?
Well, he led their pockets. He led people's pockets, right? Yes. He might not have an organization that I can name off of the top of my head, but nonetheless, right? This guy has been touring. This guy has been funneling money towards his books, towards his school that remains to be seen. Nonetheless, he didn't stand on business.
But he's not a leader though, Jacadero. Who is he leading?
No, Buana. You call yourself the Prince of Pan-Africanism. You didn't call yourself a student. You didn't call yourself the student of Pan-Africanism. He didn't call himself.
But Jacadero, he calls himself that. No one bestowed that title onto him. The people didn't come to say, we want this person to lead us. Just like how you go in elections to say, I want Trump to be the leader of this country. That's his stage name. That's like saying Brother Polite, bro. You know what I mean? He calls himself that, but no one give him that position of the Prince of Pan-African. That's what he tells him. You know who's more of a Pan-African? It seemed to me that the guy from Burkina Faso, or African leaders who are actually affecting the lives of people in a tangible way. This guy is a good speaker, Jacadero. There's a difference, There's a difference, bro. Yeah, there's a difference.
Sure. He might talk a good game, but nonetheless, he was doing things that even me, part of the Empowerment Network, I'm not able to do. I just here in Nebraska.
Give me an example. Besides having the ability to get a lot of Black people to give you money. There was a pastor just this week who was indicted federally because he was a preacher, but he was doing all manner of things to fill his coffers and make a whole lot of. He solicited a whole lot of people to make him a multi-millionaire. And at least he had a structure. At least he had a church. This man is. I understand you are moved by his words, but I tell the brothers on this panel all the time: don't watch what men say. Yeah, and I tell the sisters that watch what they do. Watch what they do. That's the most important part of it. No.
I mean, you might not look at this the same way that I look at this, but this guy was getting invited to African countries officially. On an official level. That's something that here at the Empowerment Network, even our CEO, William Barney, is, at least to my knowledge, we aren't getting officially invited to African countries. This guy was in Nigeria at least 3 times 2023, from the pandemic all the way up until 2023. This guy has
what was the effect of him being there? Did he leave anything behind, like an institution or a school? Did he provide money for the government? What did he do?
I don't know.
He gave a good speech. That's like me inviting Tina Turner. Do you know, brother, that Burna Boy wanted to go to perform in Burkina Faso, and the leader of the country say, no, brother, no, not right now. We are too busy building. We have too many enemies at our gate. It ain't time for us to party right now and feel good. We are working. But like I say, maybe we see a little bit different on this point.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, great. So Nigeria has their priorities not in order by allowing Umar to come and speak. That's not for me to decide. That was their leadership. I'm saying, though, that you don't look him as a leader, but guess what? Other influential people, political leaders do. He was granted Nigerian citizenship. I don't have that opportunity. Our CEO, William Barney, hasn't had that opportunity to get citizenship from African or Caribbean countries. I'm still disappointed that Tariq Nasheed stood on business. If we can pull up Tariq Nasheed's tweets from this week after Charlie Cook got sniped, which he should, fucking loser, boo! Tariq Nasheed stood on business before Umar. That's crazy. That's crazy to me. I know you're like, we shouldn't care about Dr. Umar, but guess what, Juana? A lot of people do. A lot of people with influence, a lot of people with political influence do. And that's what we need to pay attention to. Okay, great. So then I shouldn't look at Dr. Umar as this certain way. Sure, he might have self-proclaimed himself as the Prince of Pan-Africanism. But nonetheless, this guy had the eyes and ears of Black people across America. And the one time that he could have just, like it said, he could have just said nothing. He could have just said nothing, but he didn't. He decided to speak out. Great, cool. Now guess what? Now other people are going to start to say, who else needs to step up? Shit, come to the Empowerment Network. Come to Omaha, Nebraska. Come to the Empowerment Network. We'll stand on business, and we've been standing on business.
Good little discussion between the two of you there. But let me go move on to Black Steel. Black Steel should be something one says Dr. Umar Johnson and Master Charlie. What are your thoughts on that?
All right. Umar is a flim-flam artist, and he's always been a flim-flam artist. I'm sorry I didn't recognize it sooner, but he's always been a flim-flam artist. He proclaimed himself to be the Prince of Pan-Africanism. Everybody knows that if you're a leader, right, the people make you a leader. You don't make yourself a leader. The organization, the movement is bigger than any one person. But yet he's continuously put himself out front. It's pure narcissism is really what it is, right? And that's why, he's broke. He say he has no money. His school's being foreclosed on. Because it was all a flim-flam. He never intended to build a school. He always intended to run off this Pan-African grift, right? And as Black people, especially African Americans, we are unfortunately primed to accept grifters and flim-flam artists in our midst. It's unfortunate. It could be because we went to the church and the pastor was out here flim-flamming and lying. I don't know what it is, but unfortunately, mentally, many of us are too accommodating for those who take advantage of the people, right? Even, and I gotta say, a lot of these Black Christians are out here embarrassing themselves, right? And it really truly is a sight to see, especially the people supposed to be religious. Because in Proverbs 11:10, it says that when the wicked perish, there are shouts of joy. So where's the Black Christian not reading the Bible? That's Proverbs 11:10 for those who want to look it up, right? When the wicked perish, there are shouts of joy. Anyways, but back to Bwana's point. So Bwana mentioned something about freedom of speech, right? Freedom of speech means the right to express your ideas without government interference, right? However, there are caveats to that. So, for example, it doesn't apply to private organizations. So if I say, fuck the president, fuck Donald Trump, right? I cannot be arrested for that. However, if I work for a private entity, they can fire me for that, right? And we got an email for those of us who are educated. We've already been warned. Some people already lost their jobs because they said negative things about Charlie Kirk's death. Mind you, the hypocrisy is so glaring because I remember very vividly when they mocked Trayvon Martin's death, an actual Black child. Okay, they mocked a Black child being murdered. That sister who got shot by the cops because he said he thought she was gonna throw water on him, and all she did was say, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus." And he shot her. I saw her death mocked. Look at George Floyd. He's been dead for 5 years, and they got entire channels dedicated to mocking this murdered Black man. But yet Charlie Kirk is beyond the pale. Fuck that. Fuck that and fuck him, right? Charlie Kirk was a master of what we call stochastic terrorism, right? I think I mentioned the term stochastic terrorism on here before. But stochastic terrorism describes the use of rhetoric by public figures to demonize a group of persons, increasing the probability of a statistically predictable but unpredictable act of violence. Basically, They set the stage. They say, fuck these Muslims are dangerous or whatnot. And then, but if somebody goes out there and attacks them, they can claim plausible deniability. Like, oh, we didn't know what happened behind that. This man, so for Umar to fold like this, Umar folded like a piece of origami, right? Okay. We have a right to celebrate the deaths of people who hate us. We have a right to celebrate the deaths of people who hate us. If myself or my mother or one of my children died, do you think Charlie Kirk would be, oh, this is terrible, we should respect? No. He was just another example of black crime. What did this person do? Look at their criminal records. I'm sorry. We are weak as fuck. Okay. And I'm not saying we as a people, but these Umar, who has no stand in the community, he has built nothing. He's a flim artist. He's no better than I would put him below one of these preachers. At least the preachers have the church. At least the preachers can go in there and organize a food drive. What has he done? He built some non-existent school. He put a few words on it, and there's no students. There's no students. I remember he talked about coming out of school back in 2011, 2012. And here we are over 10 years later. Where's the students at? Where's the teachers at? What? It was never going to happen. But he knew that. But yeah, he sits there talking about he's a Pan-Africanist and he's a leader and that. Take care of your kids, man. How you going to sit up here and talk about being Pan-Africanism and leading the community? You can't even take care of your damn children. He's so big on black family, got 2 baby mamas. Get the fuck out of here, man. But anyways, I'm not surprised because his money's out. His money's funny. He don't want to do anything to hurt his chances of getting money. But the truth is, these white people don't care. They was out here blaming black people for the HBCUs. Think about it. Charlie Kirk was killed by a white man in Utah. For those of you who don't know, Utah is probably one of the whitest states in the United States. It only has about a black population of probably 1%. There's no black people in Utah, right? But at the same time, why are black HBCUs getting threats? Why is Kamala Harris being called a nigger online? But no matter what happens, whenever a white person kills another white person, black people have to be brought up. When Charlie Kirk would sit up here, he called Ketanji Brown Jackson, the black Supreme Court justice, a DEI hire. Now, mind you, I'm not the biggest fan of Ketanji Brown Jackson, but you can't deny this woman is an intelligent woman. Multiple degrees from Harvard, Ivy League education. Charlie Kirk is a community college dropout, right? But he gonna criticize her for low IQ and being a DEI hire. So I don't feel nothing. I feel like Umar should have just kept his goddamn mouth shut, right? If you can't, just be quiet. And nobody would have said anything. But the fact that he had to get up here and criticize black people who are, for whatever reason, rejoicing that a person who hated them, who called Dr. King a disgusting person, who said the Civil Rights Act was a mistake, who said black people would be better off enslaved, right? Who cares if we happy? Okay? Some people want to risk their job, so be it. Okay, some people have the freedom to speak as they want to because it won't impact their job. But I mean, who is he to sell us anything? How about you take care of your children? How about you build your school and stop worrying about what we're doing? And for him to sit up here and talk about how some black children need to go away for good, no mercy for them. They got to die. But when a white supremacist dies, when somebody who is nasty and hateful to black people's very existence dies, we're supposed to bow our heads and quiet and talk about political violence in this country?
Black Steel. Black Steel.
Go ahead, Juan.
That's exactly. I want you to look this up, brother. Pete Hegseth was praying before a military audience. The front of the military audience is a bunch of black people. This guy say, well, we're gonna pray for America, and we're gonna have a special prayer for Charlie Hegseth. with a bunch of black people who, if they know about who this guy was, they said we're gonna pray for him and we're gonna. I'm saying to myself, yo, and he's basically forcing them to, because if they didn't pray, if they didn't bow their heads, they may have been fired. What do you do with something like that, brother? What do
You
you
know
do with
what?
that?
When you are in a situation like, especially in the military, you got to follow orders, right? No matter how distasteful you may find those orders. That's one of the disadvantages of being in the military. You got to follow orders. So in that situation, if you don't want to lose your job, you got to suck it up and deal with it. But if you're in a situation where you can say you own your own business, you say, fuck that motherfucker. Fuck his life. You know? Fuck them kids too. You know? Fuck them kids. You can say that. You can say that. Fuck them kids. Because, and you know what's so crazy? We have this conversation, right? This man said that he didn't like empathy. Empathy was a new age term that does a lot of damage. But yet here we are having empathy for him and his wife and his children who saw their father get shot. But you didn't like empathy. He also said that gun deaths, gun violence is the price we pay to have the Second Amendment. Okay, he paid the price. It is what it is. What we mad for? If it's a situation, let me tell you something. Charlie Kirk wouldn't be mad at Charlie Kirk's death. Because this is what he believed in. He believed that some people gotta die. And by some people, I mean children in school. He's referring to school shootings. He figured, hey, some kids gotta die. So we got a Second Amendment. So he was a sacrifice, as Thomas Jefferson said, the tree of liberty must be watered from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. So therefore, he has watered the tree of liberty. We should rejoice in his death. That's the way he would have wanted it, right? Fuck out of here, man. So no, I mean,
No, I personally think that the bullet that shot him in the throat was really for the head, so it was a DEI bullet. The bullet couldn't, like, hit his head. But I got it was a DEI bullet. But I ain't gonna go there. I'm gonna go there.
but see, it just goes to show you, black people, man, we have no friends. Because even the liberal white people was talking about be nice. We have no friends. We have no. We all we got, really. And even that is precarious. Because look at all these coons came out talking about some Master Charlie. Oh, Master Charlie. Oh Lord, they done killed Master Charlie. What is we gonna do, Lord Jesus?
Black Steel. How
Yes, sir.
how amazing was it to see Tariq Nasheed? I would have thought he would have folded. Out of all people, I would have thought it would have been him. But instead, he was like, "No, fuck him and fuck his kids and his wife."
Listen? Do you know who surprised me the most? Charleston White. Charleston White said, "I don't give a fuck about no white man dying."
The fucking retard. Him.
I was like, "What the fuck? What is happening right now?" The worst person that you know made an excellent point. It's such a tragic society we live in. Charleston White was, "I don't give a fuck about no white man dying. Y'all sit up here and mock black people dying all the time." And it was so, I can't believe that the so-called Prince of Pan-Africanism, who is so principled, right, is actually to the left, to the right of Charleston White and Tariq Nasheed. What's going on right now?
And he's from Philly. And he's from Philly. You would think somebody from Philly. Like, just to let you guys know, if you guys have never been anywhere where Umar's been, he stands out about 6'8", because I know the bodyguard that was assigned to him works for the bodyguard that was the main bodyguard that was assigned to him leads one of the few Black Rifles Association here in Omaha, and he's 6'8", and him and Umar were, when they stood next to each other, they were like eye to eye, and it's just like amazing. Like, Umar, like what? You could have just said nothing. Shit surprised me this week.
Good stuff, man. Let's hear from Ditso. Ditso, how are you this week?
Hello, everyone. Pura vida. Been busy, especially with the gringo military wanting to invade Venezuela, but that's another story. Anyhow, on subject. one can be human enough without losing its dignity. But to choose to police over the reaction of people over the death of somebody like Charlie Kirk, who, for all intents and purposes, was an idiot with a microphone. No best way to describe it. I mean, the guy was an idiot with a microphone, and an idiot that generated influence in the worst manner possible. But what made me, what gave me a certain grade of satisfaction was the ironic way of his death. You know, one bullet to the neck. I mean, let's be real. The shooter was a mediocre shooter. He was about 119 meters away. He was aiming for the head, missed, and hit the neck. So, I mean, it was okay-ish shot. Obviously, anybody who's ever shot a rifle of that nature knows that you got to shoot at center mass, not at the head. Head is the hardest point to hit, especially from that far away. But anyhow, just in the same way, those like Charlie Kirk celebrated the deaths of in history of those of our own leaders and our own people. Why should we be subjected to the expectations of solidarity when one of their own dies by the hands of one of their own? This was a white on white crime, which is something that is heavily untalked about. White people kill more white people than anybody else. You know, their own kill their own. And I guess Black Stills right now laughing his ass off because he knows where I'm going with that one. So anyhow, point being is Charlie Kirk in the last, I would say, almost 70 years is just one more example that United States is nowhere far from what happens in my region, Latin America, Central America. Hell, in the last 60 some odd years, a president has been assassinated. A candidate to presidency was assassinated. Several civil liberty leaders like MLK, Malcolm X, and so many others were murdered. And this new recent white on white crime against Charlie Kirk, you know, just before him, Democrats were shot at and killed. And, you know, where was the empathy of the Republican then? Nowhere to be found. So, in short and concise way, I agree with the words of everybody that says here. I can be human in saying I oppose violence. I know that violence will beget violence. But to have empathy for the man who was killed by one of his own, fuck no. Fuck that guy. And I'm an atheist, but for the argument's sake, if there's a heaven or hell, I am expecting for that motherfucker to be in hell. Can I have a grade of empathy for children who are innocent, even if they're this guy's children? Sure, to a grade. But that doesn't change the fact that I can say, fuck them.
Pero mi hermano, if right now the president wants to unalive Maduro.
Oh yeah, Maduro, I already heard that. I mean,
right.
And don't get me wrong. Tariq Nasheed and Umar Johnson are both charlatans and both are worthless piece of shits. Both of them.
No, but hear me out. They want to unalive Maduro right now. If Maduro is unalived by the government and Charlie Kirk lived, do you think he would have empathy for Maduro's children?
No, of course
Absolutely
not. He wouldn't. I'm not saying he would. No, of course not. But in this sense, what I'm saying is, I as a human, I as an individual, can have human dignity, can have a human notion, but without losing my dignity. So I can say, fuck him. He died. Oh well, I saw the video. It was an okay shot. Um, how fortunate that the guy who was shooting at the dictator wannabe of the United States, the Maduro of the United States, didn't missed. But oh well, uh, I guess second best prize, as they say. Uh, so in this manner, I completely understand. Why should we celebrate the deaths of those who wouldn't celebrate our own deaths? So in that manner, uh, in his famous words that the cost for the Second Amendment is a few deaths. Well, congratulations, Charlie Kirk. You just proved your point. You are dead. You left your children fatherless, your wife a widow. So, was it worth it? Guess I
You
will
know,
never
it's
have
funny
my
you did
answer.
mention. He did talk
See, we
about
got to
the
remember.
fatherlessness.
We
And
got to
black
remember what
men.
Malcolm X said. Malcolm X said something after Kennedy's assassination. He said, "Chickens coming home to roost, never made him sad. It only made him glad." Charlie Kirk, he Charlie Kirk trafficked in violent, hateful rhetoric, and that same violent, hateful rhetoric came back on him, right? And that's what it is. From a larger extent, right? America, we call it the boomerang effect, right? The violence that America exports overseas eventually comes back around and is used on its own citizens.
September 11th.
Thank you. September 11th is a perfect example of that. September 11th is a perfect example of that. And no, but the problem is in America, right? Nobody ever wants to go beyond surface level understandings of events, right? And that's truly because we're a very illiterate society. Over half of Americans can't read above a sixth grade level, right? But we're also the very most propagandized people in the world. Nobody's more propagandized than Americans. Many Americans really do believe this Yankee Doodle dandy bullshit. We the greatest country on earth. They hate us for our freedoms, whatever, right? They really do believe that shit. So when we get attacked by or something happens, oh, they just hate us because we're so great. So Charlie Kirk's rhetoric is just merely blowback. It's this man sat up here and joked and laughed about children being murdered in schools in the U.S., children being blown to pieces in Palestine, only for himself to get shot. The
So
universe is not without a sense of irony.
you spoke about freedom of speech, and I did before ending on this. I wanted to just delve into that real quickly. See, the problem of notion of rights within the United States is that it's just like their imperial metric system, outdated, and they stubbornly maintain notions that are non-functional anymore. They are behind in the exercise and the implementation of civil as well as human rights through the constitutional and the supraconstitutional means. Um, and unfortunately, that is part of the lack of education. Freedom of speech, it does not function alone. Freedom of speech is attached to all other rights, as those other rights are attached to freedom of speech. In the best example, freedom of speech is required for the freedom of association and the freedom of petition to your government. Those are three intertwined rights that function amongst each other, just like the necessity of a free and independent press that is required for speech to then have a more broader sense to it. But I've spoken to so many North Americans and U.S. Anglo Americans that I dare say only about out of 100 people, less than 1% understand that these principles I'm thrown into. Um, and in the matters of the application of civil rights through the Constitution, You have a constitution that is 250 years old, that's only barely has had 27 amendments. Freedom of speech for the past 200 years, including all other rights, have been intertwined in the Western Hemisphere through the Mexico up to down to Argentina, and in many Caribbean countries which applied constitutional republics into function. So the United States is not the only country that has freedom of speech, but you also have learned that you can't have freedom of speech by itself, just mentioned on the Constitution, on the First Amendment that includes one prohibition and 5 other rights. The point being, and to close with this, freedom of speech leads to action. Mhm.
I want to build on that for a second.
Yeah.
Just
Let
for
me
a second.
conclude on this. Freedom of
Okay.
speech directs to action, and freedom of speech that directs to action has consequences on the real life. And today, Charlie Kirk is a consequence of his freedom of speech. It came back to haunt him and bite him on the ass.
I just want to build briefly on what Ditso just said in this freedom of speech issue, because they had a prompt last week where this African guy says Black Americans have no culture, and it's on that particular front that I believe African Americans have a culture of freedom of speech. They have a right. In fact, they are the most expressive black people in the world because of that right of freedom of speech. That's one of the parts of the culture that I really respect. You know, they have a right to say fuck the f the president. You know what I mean? F the president and f you if you don't like me. They in terms of speaking up for their rights, and in terms of being the most vocal people in the world. I feel like that is a part of their cultural heritage and background that African guy ignored, and I appreciate that. I appreciate people who are expressive and have a right to say. See, me in my country right now, if I say "f the prime minister," the police will show up at my door. We don't have a culture that here, and in many Black Caribbean countries and African countries, you don't have the right to be so expressive. And me personally, I appreciate the fact that they have a culture of doing that. You know what I mean? They have a culture of doing that. They're not gonna sit quietly and just have you say something without them responding to that in kind. And that is the distinctive difference that I feel that separates uh, the Africans in America than Africans in different. If when we express ourselves in these Caribbean African countries, bro, we could go to prison, we could get tortured, all manner of things, and they have a culture of doing that. Even though it could happen to them too, they still express that right, because America, for right or wrong, is a revolutionary country. Their country was born out of revolution, and they have that in them, and I respect that about them. I gotta tell you.
With that said, let's welcome in Brother Bakari, who's been waiting a while now. Brother Bakari, how are you this week?
Man, I'm great, man. How about you? People on the panel and people in the chat. Well, first, what I want to say, something I said a long time ago. These big YouTubers with all the man, them the new, man, that's the KKK, coons, clowns, and cowards. Was Umar considered a leader? Maybe not by Bawana, but he was considered a leader by a lot of people. Like the guy, I can't remember, Jack Adero, I think I'm saying his name right, from Nebraska. He was being invited places by his estates, right? Do I say he a flim flam artist? It took me a long time to figure out that he was scamming. Maybe he wouldn't have. He was just so arrogant and narcissistic where he just felt he was gonna do everything uh everything himself, right? But for me, like I wouldn't have seen what Umar said if someone didn't send it to me. I don't know what Tariq Nasheed said because I don't follow none of them. I know what he said when he talked to Jared Taylor, and he consistently called Jared Taylor sir, and he consistently told Jared Taylor that the white supremacist white people, they are the smartest people in the world, right? That's what he said in a face-to-face interview with Jared Taylor. That's Tariq Nasheed, that is. So I don't follow none of these. I don't follow none of these people, even though Umar has said things that been I said, man, Umar's has become a clown. But has Umar ever done anything for the community? I remember he used to have that phone call where I don't know if he still do it, where parents could call in and he would help parents when they was talking about putting kids in special ed. I know because I've been in it live at least 2, 3 times just listening, parents calling in and he giving them advice. And he would be on that phone call for more than an hour, just talking to parents who would call in and they would then, you know, they'll call back again. Some of them, I was on there a couple times just listening. Well, a couple of them had called back and like, what you did, what you told me was right. I thank you very much. I thank you very much, Dr. Umar. So Dr. Umar, he didn't open the school, but did he do things? I think that helped the community if he's helping parents keep their children from special ed, because they'll throw you in special ed, they'll use certain words and keep your kids there, and your kids shouldn't be in special ed, but they just don't want to help them and they want to put them behind. But as far as this, don't be celebrating Charlie Kirk's, I said the bastard name, the dead Kirk guy. Don't be celebrating his death and he's coming out and he went like he's scolding black people. The hell with that, right? So, and I did go on one of his things and comment because this was big. I just looked. It was a guy did a video talking about Umar. He was like how he donated to Umar school and he believed in Umar to the end. And but until Umar did that for the Kirk guy, the dead Kirk guy. But Umar called him a coon. So I just did one thing. I say, so the black guy's a coon for critiquing you, but the Kirk guy, you call him Mister. It's that's the coward. All you have to do is read it. That's the cowardice. I used to love pit bulls. I was a breeder, man. When I moved from Texas to Georgia, I had about 17 dogs. And it's a term that dog men use. It's called a cur. And black people in this country have turned cur. And Umar showed you that he have turned cur. Some people use the word black people have become docile. But I like dogs and I like animals and I can relate people to animals. And we have turned cur. Turning cur is all the courage and everything you have been beaten out of you. In that statement Umar put out, it has been beaten out of him. It has been beaten out of most black people in this country. And one thing he did say, like Koku said, be prepared. That's the only thing he said, right? But now I'm gonna go back. While everybody beating up Umar, it's something I won't let go. There's a lot of black people that chose the KKK and the neo-Nazi trying to prove how dumb black people was to vote for a Democrat in this part. What's the difference? What's the difference in those people and Umar? There's really no difference other than we talk about Umar because Umar is known and people see Umar, but there's really no difference when coming up to the campaign. And I just say myself, and I can say Kofi, and I can say Afro Think Tank, and I can say other people, how black people wanted to prove to us that they were smarter than us by I won't vote, I vote third party, or I vote Trump. It's okay for him to be in, they're both the same. There's really no difference. They are all choosing the KKK and the neo-Nazis over their own people. And none of them never come back and say, you know what, man, I was wrong. We was wrong about this. This guy told you everything that they're doing, he was going to do it. But nobody want to come back and say they're wrong. So it don't start with Umar Coward's statement. It starts during the campaign when the lunatic in office grabbed the mic and basically talked about how he wanted to hurt black people. And we chose to sit back. He won the state of Georgia. There's over 500,000 black people didn't vote. He won the state of Georgia. Black people didn't vote. Now we can say he cheated. Maybe he did. But we have to think about the role that we played, and we have to think about the role how all we wanted to do. In Koku, you know I'm not lying because you was on the lives. How we wanted to prove that they were smarter than other black people because all they do is vote Democrat, vote blue, no matter who. And I kept telling people during the election, this is not about a Democrat or a Republican. This is about somebody clearly telling you he want to hurt you. This is clearly telling you about somebody who's blowing a dog whistle to have Haitians hurt. So now when the Kirk guy get dead, now his wife stand up and peek and say, y'all don't even know what y'all have unleashed. So now Umar said, get prepared. I'm going to ask the question, are you prepared? And on that, I yield the mic.
Bakari with the pressure, as per usual. Thank you for that, brother Bakari. With that said, let's hear from Sister Sister Cheryl from the chat. Cheryl, how are you this week? Oh, we can't hear Cheryl. Oh, can you guys hear Cheryl?
Nope.
Okay. Cheryl, why don't you go step off the panel and come back? Because we can't hear you for some reason. But Brother Bakari had a lot to say there. Does anyone want to respond to Brother Bakari?
I think it's wild that he would try to conflate the people who didn't vote for Kamala Harris. Like Kamala, so listen, people had their reasons for not voting for Kamala Harris or voting for the Democrats in general, right? There's a lot of problems with the Democratic Party in the United States. And a lot of people felt that just being not Trump is good enough. But I don't think that in reality, even if every black person would have voted for Trump, he still would have voted for Harris. She still would have lost. Because black people don't make up the majority of this country. The fact that Trump is president again does not lie at the feet of black people, right? That's not on us. That is on the white majority who wanted him back. We got to start letting white people carry their own water, right? But I'm gonna sit up here and say that, again, Kirk dying, Umar saying what he said, a lot of these people who are co-signing his foolishness and his hateful rhetoric, it's not surprising. We got to remember where we are. All right, that's just all I'm gonna say about that situation. So I'm done.
Once again, like I said, it had nothing to do with Democrat or Republican. And if we don't accept responsibility, how we turned our back on black people, when somebody, it's not about, it ain't whether she win or lose. But what we did was, like I said, they argued Democrat or Republican. I never mentioned Democrat or Republican. Somebody who's in charge who told you before they win, he want to get his military and put them in black cities. They're in D.C. He talking about Chicago, got people focused on Chicago, but I got a homeboy in New Orleans who worked for the black press in New Orleans. They supposed to be in New Orleans. His military is supposed to be in New Orleans, sitting up stopping points and everything by the middle of next week, and they trying to fight it right now. They're gonna go to black cities. And if we still gonna focus on, the Democrat, dude, we still don't get the point. We still doesn't get the point that I was making. It has nothing to do with Democrat or Republican. It has something to do with, damn, I'm not gonna fight my people who voting for Democrat when this bigot can grab the mic and talk about how he want to hurt black people, and we can let that fly. So we ain't fighting them. And the reason I conflated it, because it's the same thing. People don't want to see it. Umar showed his cowardice then. Don't talk about him, because Umar is fearing retaliation. When these people up to the election, and I played these videos at least 10 times, when they was like, if Trump lose, they gonna go to war. We glad we got these people with us because we gonna do this. Koku, you heard them. Buhana, you heard them. They constantly sent threats. So I always said black people made sure that they didn't want to do certain things because of the threats. I was saying I wasn't going to vote until they started talking about how they want to harm black people, until they started talking about how, I'm like, our people been oppressed enough trying to vote. Well, they showing up to the polls with guns. So now they want to kill us if we going to vote and that bastard don't win. So I said, I'm going to give them their opportunity. I'm going to be there, and I hope he loses. And I said it loud. Wasn't afraid. And it had nothing to do with a Democrat versus a Republican. It had something to do with somebody blowing a dog whistle, letting the whole world know how he wants to hurt black people. Now look at because his whole cabinet is Charlie Kirk. Stephen Miller wants the USA to be 100 million people all look like him. Darren Beatty is out here co-signing, saying they want to sterilize low IQ people. You know who MAGA consider low IQ? Darren Beatty is out here saying Trump, well, black people need to learn their place and bend their knees and bow to MAGA. And we are still focused on Democrat and Republican. We ain't focusing on the bigger issue that these people right here, they telling you what they're gonna do and they doing it. And I just say, are we prepared? To hell with Kirk and his kids. To hell with Kirk, his funky ass kids, his funky ass wife. But are we prepared? She said, we don't even know what we done unleashed. That's what she said. I don't know. I don't care. But are we prepared? Or are we still going to be arguing about, see, the Democrats did this and they'll never do right? Or are we going to be like, you know what? We were wrong. We got to come together and because we need to fight.
I think a part of what Bakari's saying too is even if, let's say, all blacks had voted, even if Harris still lost, at least it would have shown with more black people voting for Harris, and it would have shown like an active, how do you put it? Active disdain for Trump, an active belief in, let's band together and let's not let this guy, because this guy is threatening our existence and our well-being. Let's come together. And I think black folks did vote something like 90% or something like that. But had it been higher, again, even if Trump still won, at least it would have said something about where the mentality was for black people. And with none of that happening, with black folks not voting higher than they actually did, and Harris losing, now here we are. So it's an interesting point that Bakari is kind of trying to drive home there. But with that said, let's hear from Sister Cheryl. Cheryl, in the chat, you just said, I'm dead. What's going on? Can you all hear Cheryl?
No, she's still silent. I can't hear her.
Take your phone off. Take it off of mute, Cheryl. Come on.
Yeah, I'm trying to, because I want to push on to the next topic, but I was really hoping to hear what Cheryl would have had to say. Cheryl, I'm going to take you off the stage. Try to figure that out, and let me know when you're ready to come back.
I wanna at least just give my 2 cents.
Yeah,
I am concerned about retaliation, and I know Brother Bakari is mentioning the voting system and how black people whatever, but I want the consequences. What is the consequences going to be? Because these people are saying that they want a war now. Okay, now, and they are targeting specifically, HBCUs. That's been mentioned. Now, Kibwe is at a HBCU. Okay, my niece is in Atlanta right now, first year at university. I am concerned about lone wolves feeling empowered to do something in terms of what happened to this guy's unalivement. So I would suggest that people on HBCUs exercise your Second Amendment. Exercise the Second Amendment, and it's a serious thing now in the United States, man. I am very concerned. So I would suggest the brothers and sisters exercise their Second Amendment rights, because you don't know who coming on campus trying to engage in ridiculous things, and this is where we are right now. So I am concerned with right now, right about now.
Just to put this forward, retaliation is coming even if the shooter was a white nationalist Christian born and bred in the middle of the United States, Utah. That is coming. So yeah, just get prepared, and in that event, it's you or them.
Appreciate that, did so. So KW7 in the chat says 92% of black women voted Harris, 78% of black men voted power. So, to go back to what I was saying.
How many black people didn't vote? I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, Coco. Tell them to look up and find a number. How many black people didn't vote? And that's the point I'm making.
Yeah,
Bakari, if the people didn't vote, that's because they didn't feel the party offered them anything.
And that's why, watch this. And that's why, and that's the stupidity I keep talking about.
That's not stupid. Hold on, that's not stupid at all.
So you telling me somebody can grab a mic and talk about killing black people, but I'm more concerned about a Democratic Party? And now look, it's so let me ask you. We live in a two-party state, right? If the Republican Party is saying we're gonna do this, and the Democratic Party says this, they saying they're gonna kill you. One says they're gonna kill you.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. What is the Democratic Party offering to their constituents?
Okay, so watch this, Coco. Let me say this. Right?
Where did Trump say he's gonna kill black people? Where did Trump say he's gonna kill black people? I don't recall Trump saying that.
Trump didn't have to say it.
So hold on.
Wait a minute. You say who? Because so let me finish. I showed several. Coco saw it. I showed several times the governor of West Virginia. I showed several times damn congressmen from North Carolina. I showed several times senators. Coco, am I lying? When they was talking about if Trump lose, how they ready to go to war? Am I lying, Coco? They said it several times. When we sit here,
hold on,
but hold on. I understand.
But look, this is my point for me. So now we don't have no unity. Because for me, anybody still talking about a damn Democratic Party, they don't know what side they on. I know I'm on the black side.
So who is supposed to
They are confused. They are confused.
You don't say it's not about Democrat or Republican. So who were they?
You're on the black side, dude. You're supposed to be on the black fucking side. When people talking about killing black people, how the hell you started talking about a Democrat and Republican?
Who are we supposed to vote for then? Who are we supposed to vote for? If you say it's not about Democrat or Republican, right? The Republicans
You vote for the person who you know have a chance to win, who don't want to do this shit. But this is why that Boondocks with MLK was so damn funny. Black folks wax and wane. Love they wax and wane. Love to talk, but they never explain. We wait till the pressure get on, then you worry. But see, here's the thing. But see, here's the thing for me. When I say people don't know what side, I know what side I'm on. I'm on the black side. So I tell the Trump,
I didn't vote for Trump.
I tell the Trumpsters, I tell the non-voters, and I tell the third-party voters that can't even say they fucked up. When shit hit the fan, I got 6 guns and I got a minimum of 1,000 rounds per gun. I'm suited and booted. I got food. I ain't got to go to the grocery store for 3 months. Don't come to me.
I want to just kick into this. Hold on for a second.
Hold on. Go ahead. I got something. Go ahead.
Yeah, I really want to kick into this because it touches to the core of the issue. I already lived through this in Venezuela, where the bipartisan system ended up where it's today. Look, yes, you're right. The conversation is no longer Republican and Democrat. The conversation has, and it always will be, the issues and how through the constitutional republic you elect the correct people into those positions of bureaucracy or administration or government, what you would call government in that sense, to put forward the best policies to resolve the issues that are affecting either day to day, week to week, month to month, the people. So the conversation is how does the United States evolve from a failed bipartisan system to a multi-party system where representation is no longer a money sum game, but an actual form of representation, where yes, mistakes can happen. It's not a perfect system, but at the end, the question is how. And that for you in the United States, you're not even remotely close to even having that particular conversation. And where Venezuela failed, you guys are failing. So just food for thought.
So let's see if Sister Cheryl can be heard this time. Sister Cheryl, can you hear us, and can we hear you?
I hope y'all can hear me now. Oh my God.
Fully.
Yes, we can hear you
Thank
now.
God.
Thank you very much.
No, I hear what everybody's saying. I think when we talk about Democrat and Republic, it's important not to lose sight of the fact that whether they're Democrat or Republican, they all are Christian. And if they're not Christian, they have Christian values. And so, like, tying that back to this guy, Charlie Kirk, honestly, I didn't even know who he really was like that. I think I saw him once on an episode of Jubilee when he was doing a debate. No Black people really knew him like that. So sorry, I'm just going back to this real quick, then I'm gonna get back to the point. But nobody really knew him like that. So to say that Black people were celebrating him, I don't know about that. I wouldn't say that. I would say more that Black people kind of were just not caring. And I think white media wants Black people to care about things like this because the truth be told, this guy, the values that he has, a lot of Black people, both Democrat and Republican, have the same values as him. They just don't see that they do. Like it's kind of like Jesse Lee Peterson. A lot of Black people don't like Jesse Lee Peterson, but a lot of Black people have the same sentiments as Jesse Lee Peterson when it comes to talking about Black people. So when they say, oh, well, Black American women have the highest rates of divorce, they don't have no fathers in the family, and, all of these random, typical talking points that they've had since the 60s, they all have the same thing. So I guess my point is doesn't matter if they're Democrat or Republican, they all generally have the same values. And we got to remember and put in perspective that this is a war between white people. This is one group of white people fighting against another group of white people. We just so happen to be in the mix. It's not even about us like that. They want to try to make it like they want to make us like the character. I don't know if you guys ever seen Django. They want to make us like Samuel L. Jackson's character in Django with Calvin. Calvin was the one, he owned the plantation. They want to make that's what they want to make. That's what they want to do with us. But beyond that, this is a white civil war. This happened on in a predominantly white state, in a predominantly white university. The crowd was white. This is about white people. This ain't got nothing to do with us. So us arguing back and forth about Democrat, Republican, I can tell you right now, I sat my ass on the couch. I ain't touching, this ain't got nothing to do with me. This ain't got nothing to do with us as a people and how we organize. So yeah, that's just what it is. This is white conservative values. Unfortunately, a lot of Black people have the same values as white people. They just don't want to admit it. So I'll end there.
But sister,
Cheryl, let me ask you a question.
I can't hold on, brother Bakari. I personally think it has everything to do with you, sister. Everything. Because they are blaming you. They blaming you. They saying the Republicans are saying you are causing the ills of society.
That's okay. That's
no,
okay.
it isn't.
That's okay.
No, hold on.
So, let me ask you a question.
Let me finish. Let me finish, brother Bakari. Let me finish, man. Let me finish, please. Indulge me for a second. I understand that you say it's okay, but they say it's you are the problem, but we are the solution for the problem. And how they gonna enact or exact the solution is gonna affect you, sister. They like I said, they targeting
brother. They've been doing that. They've been doing that for decades, for almost millennia now. Ain't nothing new. Only people is new to is people that just got here. Y'all the ones that's like all of a sudden you're like, oh no, this shit been happening. This ain't nothing. They can say they can do whatever they want. That's why we got our guns. That's why the brother, I'm not sure who was it that said you better be strapped and ready. We got our stuff. Like, you better be ready with this been a thing. This it doesn't matter who, the Democrats in office, it's still people getting still black people getting hung, and nobody saying nothing about it in the news. It's still not making the news. It don't matter if it's Republican, Democrat, we still getting hung in the South. It don't matter. It's been happening. If you stay strapped, if you stay ready, you ain't got to get ready. So that's what it is.
So Shirley, if it ain't got nothing to do with black folks, why are they threatening to shoot and bomb HBCU?
Because of okay, remember what I explained earlier about Samuel L. Jackson's character. If in Django, they want us to care because it makes them feel better. It makes them feel good.
That's not about us caring. That's not about us caring. I don't see how we can ignore that these folks want to kill you.
It's not about ignoring it. It's not about ignoring it. It's
to make us care. No,
if you stay ready, you ain't got to get ready. But no, this is a white. You got to remember, this is a white civil war. Anytime there's something where white people disagree ideologically, they're always going to try to drag black people into it. This is not new.
So because they've been killing, so because they get mad with each other,
yes,
and start shooting black folks or want to kill black folks, and they've been doing it for decades.
Mm-hmm.
That means that now let me get this mindset, because I had this conversation with somebody the other day. So that means because they've been doing it for decades, it's okay for the person. Wait, let me finish.
My bad. Go ahead.
Because you sat on the couch. So it's okay for the person that told black people what he was going to do with his military, blew or whistled to hurt Haitians, want to put these, basically they've been saying what they was going. So since they've been doing it for decades, it's okay for us to say, you know what, it's okay for him to be in charge, because that's what white people do.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Because see, I'm gonna say this.
That doesn't mean that it's okay. But instead of focusing on white people's elections, we need to be focused on organizing different factions of black people, different groups of black people. You have Haitians and you have Jamaicans and you have you have Nigerians and all kind of continentals and African Americans divided. We should be focused on that. We shouldn't be focused on white people's elections. We should be focused on organizing amongst ourselves. That's their crap. They've been doing that since the 50s or whatever. They going to do what they do. We shouldn't be doing what they doing. Why are we trying to be chocolate covered white people and try to do what they do?
Ain't nobody. Let me say this right quick, Jack, because I was patient with everybody before I spoke, because I'm finna get off here.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna say this. So you say, so now we should be trying to work together. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't want to work with nobody who think it's okay for people like this to be in charge. It's not focusing.
It's not about.
Let me finish. It's not focusing on a white people's election. It was focusing on how these people was talking about what they want to do to black folks. I don't see how. That's the only point I ain't making. I wasn't talking about. I don't give a damn about a Democrat.
How is voting in white people's elections going to change how we respond to white people? We need to be doing our own thing. We need to be organizing amongst ourselves against them. We don't need to be participating in their stuff, because they can manipulate. It's just like participating in their statistics. They can manipulate their own statistics to say whatever they want to say. So it does. So either way, you're losing. So why not just find a group of people who of all different ethnicities of black people who want to organize and come together, and you work it out that way, instead of trying to work it. Just because you don't vote in their elections doesn't mean you don't care about what happens to black people as a whole in this country. That's crazy. It doesn't make any sense. This is a white country. This is their country. Nothing that we say is going to change what they think in their ideology. This is a white Christian ideological country. This has nothing to do with us. If we're going to make any changes for our people, it's going to start with all of our ethnicities. It's going to start with all of us, not them. That's their framework. We can't work off of their framework.
I want to kick into this real quickly. What the sisters is, how I am understanding the position of the sister, is that in an accurate sense, the system is not inclusive. It has never been, and so far, every attempt to make it so has failed. But understanding that basic sense, I would argue that everything that the sister has said has clearly countered in a great fashion the claims of the FBAs. Because if we part from the premise that Black U.S. citizens, Black aka North Americans, aka Anglo-Americans, etc., were critical for the foundation of that particular system, but that same system is non-inclusive, there's a clear contradiction. So in this sense, I will say that to understand today, you have to go back to the history. To understand how we reached this point, you have to understand how those decisions and how those things were established in every fashion. Well, I can agree with the sister that you need social organization, not just us, but everybody. Yeah, I can tell that that's the same thing in Latin America. That's the same conversation we're having. Yes, with our tonalities in the Caribbean or Central or South American, but at the end, the overall conversation is pretty much the same. The thing is that the white Christian nationalists, not just in the United States, because white Christian nationalism is not a sickness in the United States or exclusive to the United States. There's plenty all around. And in fact, that's another contradiction. For some white Christians, Canada is the country of God, or Mexico is the country of God. And those in the United States are false because they follow a false God, not the God that pointed Mexico as the best country in the nation, or Canada, to give an example. So, to make it very short and concise, in order to have what the sister is demanding accurately, there's a lot of reckoning in regards to the history that needs to be done. And that's where people like Umar Johnson or Tariq Nasheed do not want to go. And that also means looking at the good, the bad, and the ugly of prior leader figures such as Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, amongst many others. And that means that to deconstruct positively is a hard work. That's all I'm going to say. Food for thought.
If there's any last thoughts on this prompt, let's keep it very brief. I want to move on to at least.
It's almost 10 o'clock. Let's just move on to the next one. I mean, it's almost 10 o'clock, really. We've been up for almost 2 hours.
Yeah. So, I mean, again, I'll allow someone to be very brief, but other than that, we'll move on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 is a palate cleanser from that first topic, so that's one good thing, as it addresses economics. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 says, it's not coming up. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 says, is aid killing Africa by the economist Dambisa Moyo, as requested. Is aid killing Africa? Oh yeah. Let's go to this attachment, and we'll play a couple minutes of this.
Latest appalling chapter. It's a tragedy made even greater by the fact that this country once had one of Africa's better healthcare systems. No doubt many of you watching tonight tonight would like to assist the people seen in our story, but what to do? Foreign aid has long been the world's way of responding to Africa's woes. But what if the aid is actually making things worse? Here's Europe correspondent Philip Williams with an interesting new take on a very old problem.
You've got to get on the phone and take the money out of your pocket. Don't go to the pub tonight, please. Stay in and give us the money. There are people dying now, so give me the money.
Appalled by the seeming indifference of the developed world, Bob Geldof and a group of celebrities got together to raise money for Africa.
The whole day down, 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 shoot it all down.
The result, of course, was the global broadcast phenomenon called Live Aid. The concerts raised millions of dollars from ordinary people around the world and marked the beginning of a new era of celebrity saviours who've been growing in authority, number and influence ever since. Enter African economist and author Dambisa Moyo, billed as the anti-Bono and with a provocative book called Dead Aid, a stinging critique of the so-called glamour aid. Moyo argues aid is not a solution, it's the problem.
I don't agree with the message. Fundamentally, I don't think Africa needs more aid. I think it needs less aid. It needs governments to be made accountable to the domestic citizenry and not accountable to donors. Africans stand in the hot African sun to elect their leaders. And it's those leaders who are charged with the responsibility of delivering social services and being accountable to their people. There clearly was a vacuum that has allowed the celebrity culture to seep in, but it would seem to me that no society would appreciate their whole policy and the future of their children to be dependent on celebrities that actually don't live in these contexts.
In 2005, Live Aid had become Live 8, and the frontrunners, the now Sir Bob Geldof and Bono, were taking their message directly to world leaders. But for Dambisa Moyo, the rise and rise of glamour aid is only part of the problem. She's also railing against what she describes as the self-perpetuating aid industry.
Basically, aid has become an industry. There are just way too many vested interests. And by and large, the criticisms that my book has been receiving are coming from those quarters, people who actually have a vested interest to see the continuous cycle of Africa in despair so that they can justify their existence.
What sort of people are you talking about?
I'm talking about academics. I'm talking about people from the NGO community. I'm talking about people who are policymakers and politicians who know that it doesn't work. The evidence has shown it doesn't work. In 1970, 10% of Africans lived in poverty. It's now more like 70%. In many countries, as high as 85% of Africans are living in poverty at a time when the aid model has become so dominant.
What's the solution?
In the book, I actually prescribe that they should, with immediate effect, or in the very near foreseeable future, implement a 5-year plan where they systematically reduce aid to these countries. I would say that things like the capital markets are an easy way for countries to start to fund themselves. So, in the worst case scenario, governments in Africa should focus on getting ratings. They should be focusing on learning how to pitch to international investors so that when the markets do come back, which they invariably will, they'll be ready to raise money in the capital markets. But on the other hand, right now there are non-traditional markets such as China and the Middle East where money does exist, and African governments should be talking to these places about issuing bonds and raising capital that way.
As we've just seen in Zimbabwe, there is a desperate need for humanitarian aid. In response to the new power-sharing deal there, Australia's just committed $10 million to fight cholera and encourage medical professionals to come back and help. Beyond the humanitarian question, though, Dambisa Moyo claims the enduring problem is the scale of government-to-government aid, the large systemic cash transfers from rich countries to Africa. Huge amounts of money squandered by the likes of Mugabe.
In the book, I talk about the fact that the Zimbabwean government received from the United Kingdom and the United States around $300 million as late as 2006. And I think that's worrying. I think that's a big concern. The fact that Mugabe can and does come to Europe and the United States. I was just in New York last September, and he was attending the UN meetings. And the fact that the UK and the United States maintain diplomatic ties with Zimbabwe leaves the African on the ground wondering what options they have to bring their governments to accountability.
I suspect many people watching this program would say the problem's not aid, it's corrupt leaders.
Right. I don't think you can delink the two in the African context. I think an aid model makes good leaders bad and makes bad leaders worse. It's free money. There are no strings attached. Even in the times when multilateral institutions and donors have talked about conditionalities, those conditionalities are weak. They are not applied, again, because the aid industry, it thrives and feeds on Africans borrowing money. And so the cycle keeps going on.
Does it make you angry when you look at the amount of money that's been spent in Africa over the past 20, 30 years?
Well, I think it's absurd. In 1 year of a problem in the capitalist system, and we are so critical of capitalism, 60 years of an aid-dependent model, and we hear only calls for more aid. That to me is intellectual dishonesty, particularly from the quarters of people who I know for a fact have been big proponents of capitalism in other regions of the world. But when it comes to Africa, they're big supporters of aid. I think
Why? What, is there a blind spot there? Or why particularly Africa?
To be quite honest, I think it's built in pity. I think the whole aid model emanates from a pity for Africa, a sense that Africa cannot do it, cannot achieve growth. And sadly, because there are incentives, which, as you know, the world has shown, people, governments, companies respond to incentives. There are incentives for African governments to take aid. We've basically ended up in a situation where it doesn't work, and we're happy to just keep it going.
And you're absolutely confident that removing that aid is not going to leave at least some people without food, without medicine?
I think the ones that will be affected most will probably be the African elite, as opposed to the broader population.
What will they lose?
I think they would lose possibly their bank accounts in Geneva in the worst case scenario. But I think beyond that, I think that they would also lose the ability to have leisure time, and they'll be required to actually go out and start to work hard to find money to support their social programs in Africa.
What would you say, though, to the well-meaning Australian who donates to the charity, who urges the Australian government, for example, to lift its game with aid? And what would you say to those people?
I would say it's very important to understand what that type of aid can and cannot do. It can provide a Band-Aid solution. So we've talked about humanitarian aid as one example of that, but it cannot deliver long-term growth that would ensure Africa to stand on its own 2 feet and become an equal partner on the global stage. So to give you an example, yes, you might help fund a scholarship for a girl to go to school, but when she's done with her education, the fact that aid is so pernicious and so damaging to an economy means that the economy has not grown, that girl that you've helped sponsor will not find a job in her economy.
If you cut off aid within 5 years, surely that's going to leave millions of people without the support they are now dependent on. Food aid, medical aid that really keeps people alive.
I don't believe that's the case. Most Africans do not see any of the aid that you are alluding to. It's, again, they're at best case scenario in some projects is 20 cents on the dollar that actually makes it to an African. And that's best case. Effectively, if we continue down this path, we will have many more Africans living in poverty in few years to come. And that is really the problem, that there are no jobs coming out of an aid model.
And with the market reforms that you would advocate in that system, under that system, if it's widely adopted, what vision do you have of Africa?
The vision I have is basically one that looks like what's happened in the rest of the world when they've adopted those models. Growth rates that could get up to double digits, as we've seen in China and India and so on, and also much more participation by the broader African society, not only in terms of economic participation and entrepreneurship, but also in terms of political participation and ensuring that their governments are held accountable to deliver those services.
Let's hope you're right. Thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you very much. And I am right.
Good stuff. I think she's from West Africa, right? But she has, with parts of her accent, you can hear the Caribbean kind of thing going on there. With that said, man, let me start with Black Steel on this one. Is aid killing Africa? By the economist Dambisa Moyo, as requested. What say you, Black Steel?
I mean, the amount of aid that is received by Africa dwarfs the amount of things that are taken out of Africa. So the money that is taken out of Africa, the resources that are taken out of Africa, is far greater than the amount of aid that is received. All right. That's one thing I want to say. Yeah, I think that because they give the aid, right, as a way to kind of show, oh, we're really trying to help these people. But then they always leave out the fact how they try to undermine and destroy African governments, especially those that are sovereign. Look what's going on in Burkina Faso, how they attack the people, how trying to overthrow Traore. Look how they did Thomas Sankara. Look, all these African leaders have been assassinated and taken off the board whenever they try to stand up for their people or do the right thing, take control of their resources, or have the resources benefit the people and not just themselves. The only African leaders that are kept in power are those that do the dictates of the West. So she's absolutely correct. We don't need aid. What you need to do is leave us alone. Right? If they left us alone, Africa could develop the way it's supposed to develop. But because they won't leave us alone, and they undermine the process of African leaders, this is going to be a consistent pattern. So she's absolutely right, and I think that many Africans understand that the aid that is being offered is so detrimental to us. But then look what happened in Kenya, and when I don't know which African nation was that they tried to put on this austerity and have private organizations take control over the public sector, and it led to increase in prices, and people just couldn't afford to live. So that happens all the time. So it's not aid that we need. We need to be left alone, and we need to allow ourselves to be able to develop as people. And that's something they've never allowed African people to do. We've been under constant attack, so from at least since the Conference of Berlin. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Black. Still did so. What's the All right, I guess did so busy.
Hold on.
So can you hear us?
There we go. I was trying to mute. Sorry. Okay, so I feel her and having an interesting conversation in regards to this, because her book was published back on 2009, and we met in the United Nations. I mean, she used to work with the World Bank. Before that, if I'm not incorrect, she worked for the FMAE, or the International Monetary Fund, IMF. I can understand her points, but unfortunately, my criticism would be as follows. One, she makes extremely widely overbearing absolute takes on this. Dambisa, even if we can agree that from the end of the war, Second World War, on the process of independence of Africa to the establishment of sovereign nations in Africa during the end of the war up to today, there are several factors that clearly impact development within Africa. Major one, the impacts of colonialism and the remnants of that colonialism, even through the process of becoming sovereign nations. That's a fact. Second fact, now colonialism and the impacts of how the Berlin and how the separation of the divisions of Africa by the Europeans created worsening social conditions in that sense that even carried on after the process of independence in Africa. The issue with aid is that you have elements that also are impacted into this whole thing I was saying, which is internal corruption. There's no doubt that aid has been utilized to feed the pockets of the few and not benefit the people that are intentioned to be benefited with that particular aid. And third of all is that even if we can say that Africa has had leaders in occasions that just wanted to do the right thing, they also had leaders that did the wrong thing over and over and over again, making issues of progress even worse. So if we add the impacts of colonialism, the remnants of that colonialism, the internal strife against traders who use the things that should be for everybody just to benefit themselves, and the problems that creates towards development, then Moyo's argument becomes mute. Because the problem isn't aid, the problem is a whole series of shitty factors that play a role into this whole thing. And that aid and the issue of aid is just one of those factors, but not the factor. So the problem is, and I do have to correct you, she's a born and raised woman from Lusaka in Zambia. She has no Caribbean whatsoever in her. She has English, mainly English, and if I'm not incorrect, she's a PhD in economics from the Oxford University and a master's degree from Harvard University, John F. Kennedy School of Government. So going back to the point the sister was making, she's a prime example of a Black person who has taken to heart of the education of the white man. And what she's doing is she's repeating the white man's talking points. She's just another mouthpiece for the white man. And she doesn't even realize it.
Appreciate that, so no, I wasn't saying she was. I wasn't saying that she was of Caribbean descent. I was more so making a comment as to the connection of the Caribbean accent and the African tongue. With that said, though, let me hear from Jacadero on this.
Yeah, is aid killing Africa? Yeah, I mean, anywhere that there's NGOs, it's usually you just follow the money, and there's a CEO that's driving a Range Rover. Ask me how I know. So for those that don't know, a son of Kenyan parents, and so when I went back to Kenya, my mom is from Kibera, Nairobi, number 8, because of the Matatu stop is number 8. But anyways, nonetheless, Kibera is one of the largest slums in East Africa, the largest slum in Kenya, and there's so many NGOs. NGOs, for those that don't know, it's non-governmental organizations. In the U.S., we call it nonprofits. But there's so many NGOs in Kibera, so many. And Kibra's been existing as it is, being a slum, since I don't know how long. Some people in Nairobi call Kibra motherland because they say that when you come from Kibera, or Kibra, as I call it, it's not only you're from there, your mom's from there, your grandfather's from there, and the grandfather before that was from there. And so it's like, if all this NGO money has been flooded into this one slum, what's it been doing? Where has this been going? Where is the progress report? Who's taking care of this? Why aren't we getting issues solved? And yeah, just follow the money. Is aid killing Africa? Absolutely. And I can tell you that on a micro level. You know, I see that. I can see that. I can go and actually show you that. So yeah, my trip back home, it was eye-opening for a lot of reasons, because when there would be certain events that would happen in downtown Nairobi, you could easily just take maybe a 2-minute Lyft ride. And now there's a neighborhood where every other driveway has an Audi or BMW. And then we have the largest slum in East Africa, literally 2 minutes away. How does this make any sense? How is it that this is a country where 40% live below the poverty line, but yet we have certain events where, bro, VIP is like flooded with Jameson, Johnny Walker, the best hookah that you can smoke? Huh? Does that make any sense? It doesn't make any sense. When you open your eyes in a particular African country, and again, I go with my parents' country like Kenya, you start to ask so many questions like, how is this working? How does this country work? How does this country work? Let's go to a neighboring country like South Sudan, where my stepfather's from. When the U.S., before the United States team faced South Sudan's Olympic team last year. Was it last year? I think it was last year. Before that, one of the players for the South Sudanese team said, hey, we don't have an indoor facility. They didn't have an indoor facility in South Sudan for the basketball players. That country has been around for 14 years, and they don't have an indoor facility, but yet their president, Salva Kiir, is worth $14 billion. And the current vice president that replaced the vice president that was put on house arrest in March of this year was accused back in 2017 of stealing a $7 billion construction project. A $7 billion construction project. Where is this money going? What are we doing with this money? What is going on? Yes, aid money is killing Africa, but also what else is killing Africa is we do not take our leaders and hold them accountable. Nepal has done one hell of a job. I cannot say enough to the Nepalese. Shout out to the Nepalese Gen Z. Woo! To take out your minister of finance and drag him to the river and beat him since. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. And yes, to answer your question, RBG, Real Black Gentleman, $7 billion. He was accused of embezzling. And who did the research for that? The Trump administration. You can do your research. His name is Bola Mel, the current vice president of South Sudan. $7 billion. That's why he's under international sanctions. That's why. That's why. That's currently why they don't want him to become the president of South Sudan, is because he's on international sanctions from the U.S., because it was the U.S. that gave him that $7 billion to have a construction project. Because again, this country has only been around for 14 years. Again, back to my thing with Nepal. Good job, Nepalese. If any Nepalese are hearing this, good job. Africans. Of course, my Gen Z of Kenya, we you know what? I don't want to say too much because I may be taking a trip to Kenya soon. But yes, is aid killing Africa? Absolutely. Good job, Nepalese.
Good stuff there, Jacadero. Let's all welcome an MG2 this week. MG2, how are you?
Doing great. Oh, I'm loving this conversation. My goodness. I love to hear young brothers, because most of you, if not all of you, are much younger than I. And I just love to hear, just the commentary, because it makes me learn. And I'm glad the previous brother brought up Nepal. I should hope that those Gen Z Nepalese don't limit their angst to their so-called government and actually go to their military and others. Because I don't know if anyone, maybe you guys are too young, but last I remember about Nepal was how they emptied their toilets, courtesy of the UN, into Haitian waters, killing tens of thousands of Haitians. So hopefully they didn't just limit their angst to the government. Hopefully they got, a little bit get back of those that killed a lot of our Haitian brothers and sisters circa 2010 in that earthquake. One of the things that, in terms of aid destroying Africa, and you guys give me some really good points and a lot of things to ponder. I ask myself, and I'm going back to the 60s in terms of when they first started putting together so-called aid for Africa, because Africans were going through decolonization, and I remember that very well. The thing I have to ask myself is, what has aid done? Okay, in terms of a past, I have to ask myself, what are the effects of so-called quote unquote aid right now? And what's going on, especially with NGOs and these other, insidious so-called organizations. Then I have to ask, where has the effects of this aid in terms of allowing Africans to not ever have to have aid again? In other words, to become sovereign. You use something as either a weapon, a lesson, or a tool, or you throw it out. And I ask, has it been used, with those who are quote unquote in power to basically wean yourself off to where you don't have to ever ask or need so-called aid again? And, I had to ask myself because, and I'm glad the previous brothers brought up the so-called leaders. Now, these are not leaders. Dr. John Henrik Clarke, as we all know, has said the leader is one closest to the enemy in pursuit. So clearly there is no leadership. They're heads of state maybe, but not leaders. When you have African so-called heads of state that have to go to other countries to heal themselves in their dying, days, clearly they have not taught their populace how to heal. So, you're there to teach, or at least to inspire, or at least to wean yourself off of being dependent on somebody to heal you, because you have your own doctors that you've brought up in your society. So clearly, and that's not just an African leader fault, that's African people overall. Now I have to go ahead and extend this. Is aid bad for Africans? I have to extend this to the entire Black race, to the entire African race, not just on the continent, not just Caribbean. I'm talking Black folks all over the planet. And the reason I have to do that is I have to ask myself, the intentions of this so-called aid, because no one will give you something without something that they will get more from you, as one of your previous guests brought up, of all the resources that are taken. And it's not just in the African country. This is overall. We're talking hip hop industry in the United States. We're talking so-called those that were in the United States as military. I don't care where you are, so-called preachers. It does not matter. Somebody's going to give you a poison pill, or as D'Angelo said in the song, the devil's pie, because they know they're going to get more. As a trader in markets, that's the first thing that I learned. It's called pot odds. It's called, it's the juice worth the squeeze. If I'm going to put something out there, I want to make sure I get at least 1.4 to 1.5% as a ratio above what I've given. So if somebody's giving you aid, they're going to make sure they're going to get a 1.5, or 1.5 times to 2 times more than what they've given. In other words, I've been listening to Dambisa Moyo for even before she had her book back in 09. I've been listening to her for over 20 years. And, of course, she, paints some broad strokes, as most so-called quote unquote economists. Because remember, if you are quote unquote indoctrinated, or what folks call educated in Western economics, then therefore you're going to speak with their frame of reference. I speak from a frame of reference that's more holistic, because I have to also look at the economists in the street. We just call them drug dealers. So the thing is I have to ask, about this so-called aid, what is the reason? Somebody's going to give you something because they're going to be going ahead and taking more from you than you have to give. It's almost like what I call a permanent Band-Aid. As a 2-year-old, you might have cut your hand and you say, Mommy, I need a Band-Aid. But then mommy's going to make excuses for you to have that Band-Aid until you're the age of 50. So therefore, you're always going to be beholden to mommy. And so the thing is in terms of aid, yes, it is bad, clearly, because I have to ask, what have we done as African people on the globe? And I'm talking around. You've got aid called Section 8. You've got aid called, SNAP. You've got aid. There's all kinds of forms of quote unquote aid, no matter where it is. And it's not just centered on the African people. You have Argentina and what they've been doing for the last 60 years. You've got all kinds of other nations. But I have to say, what have we done with so-called aid to make us not need it ever again? And clearly, you could see the result, because this conversation would not be had if we had used the result like other nations, like, shall we say, India or China, or it doesn't matter. We could throw a stone, South Korea, you name it. They have used that weapon lesson as a tool, They've used it, and therefore they've weaned themselves off of most of the dependency of the individual that gave them so-called aid in the first place. Remember, Black folks in the United States alone had the velocity of money going through their hands in the 90s. There was more than Korea and India combined. The velocity of money, how much capital went through your hands, and not just aid. But clearly somebody else has done more with it than even so-called African pleaders, I call them pleaders, not leaders, on the continent, or African people that live in the United States that call themselves African Americans. So clearly, it's not just the fact of, is aid bad? Clearly, what we have done with it has not been to our benefit to never use it again. So the thing is one must ask themselves, how can you go ahead and solve this problem? Which is, of course, Dambisa Moyo and other economists are telling you the problem, but the solutions are right in front of your face. It's what you do with it that matters. It's what you do to make yourself more sovereign that matters. In other words, and I've set out an 8-point plan, but we'll get to that one day and maybe in another live stream, but I'll give you a few of the points. 1, you nationalize. 2, you set up, you have subsidiaries or subsidize yourselves. You subsidize yourselves no matter where you are on this planet. African people don't do that. Clearly, if they're buying Johnny Walker, as our previous guest said, and good cigars and Beamers and everything else, clearly they are not subsidizing themselves. They are subsidizing the folks that made those products for them to consume. So there's other things. There's other different points that we could do. Protectionism, econo-ethnic protectionism. There's a lot of things that Africans can do. So therefore, this question would be moot. Because I'm pretty sure China's not asking the same question, or at least at this late stage of the game, or India, or even nascent upstarts like Pakistan and Afghanistan and Vietnam and Laos and Cambodia. And, I could throw a rock around the globe, and I'm almost sure that they would not be asking this kind of question that Africans have been asking for over 60 years, because it's not just Dambisa Moyo who asked this. I've been hearing this probably since the early 70s. So it's definitely aid has proven itself, not just because of the one who gives it, but the one who actually is supposed to use it for their own benefit. Clearly, it has not done us a favor. I'll pass the mic.
Appreciate that, MG2. Let me hear from Cheryl next. Cheryl, what say you?
Yeah, I think what everybody was saying about, what Jackadero was saying, obviously, he has firsthand knowledge about aid and what it has done in Africa. So you can't discredit that. The aid it's not helpful. It creates dependency. It's like the young lady was saying in the video, you can't get no long-term growth by just getting aid from other countries. But I think after, let's say a country, any given country, a country particularly in Africa, were to stop getting aid and stop being dependent on, foreign aid and everything like that, the next step also would be to, I think Ditso said something about it, about being, the colonization, but a little bit more in depth about that. How do I say this? I guess like the execution of it, because even after the aid, the aid is, stopping, and let's say you do get long-term growth and all of that, you're still in you still have white or Arab ideology. So all of these so-called corrupt leaders, anytime you ask, go to the continent and say, hey, what's wrong with this part of Africa? What's going on? People always say, well, our government this, our government is corrupt this. All governments are corrupt. Okay, but where is the revolution? You cannot have a revolution if you have a Christian mindset, if you have an Islamic mindset. You're always going to be thinking that you need to rely on the West and on the Middle East and all these other places. Nothing's going to change, because so America's a little different because America's a white country, right? That country does not belong to us as Black people, right? But when you're going to Africa, Africa is the most resource-rich continent on the planet. So when you're asking people, well, how come Africa's beautiful? Why not go back to Africa and have a revolution? Why not build this? Why not build that? And people say, well, it's because of my government. The government is corrupt. Well, we have to focus on systems and ideology, because that they're pulling from Christian ideology. And who cares about what all these people say about how Christianity came from Africa? That's bull, because you are following the framework of white Christianity, and you're following Islam. So you're learning their languages first. Just like this woman in the video. I'm sure she's a nice woman. She has some great points about capitalism and growth, but in terms of speaking her language first, and that goes for all of us, speaking our African languages first, doing practicing our own spiritual systems. It starts there. If you're not doing that, you're in a never-ending system of doing what they want you to do. So I mean, it's just really that simple.
Hold on, I really wanted to tune into that.
Let's welcome in our brother. You're gonna have to be brief because I have other panelists to get to. So go ahead.
Short and concise. Why did she use the word colonization? There's a word that describes all that she's speaking of. It's called colonization, and the impacts of colonization and the cross-cultural manifestations of that particular colonization. She said all that without saying absolutely nothing. And that's something that really bothered me when I spoke with her. And I think I said this to her in the same sense. Again.
Yeah, but you have to be specific when you say colonization, because most people, when they hear colonization, they just hear black people being conquered by white people. You need to get rid of their languages. The reason why these governments in Africa are the way that they are is because they practice Christianity, they practice Islam. You have to be specific with people. And yes, we all know it's colonization. I think I even gave some props to you on that. And I said, yeah, it is colonization. But how is it colonization? We need to know specifics, because people don't really understand what colonization is. They just know it's white people bad, black people are subjugated by white people. That's all they know. They don't understand that.
I always did. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No. What I always, for me, it's easy because it's part of what I dedicated all my adult life in studying. So for me to speak to a white North American U.S. citizen and using that word colonization, I just turn around and say, gee, how interesting is that if I mention 1776, you are going to feel proud. Didn't your own people fight against the British to become independent? So even the white man came to the realization that fuck the kings, fuck the church, and fuck everybody else. So I get what you're saying, but at the same time, let's speak clearly. Out of the last 534 years of history, within the last 200 and 250 years, the world, especially from the Western Hemisphere where we started, said, we don't want your kings to Europe, we don't want your religion, and we don't want anything else to do with you. We want to be free. But in the case of the United States, that meant, oh yeah, and by the way, we're going to keep the slaves for at least 90 more years until we go to a civil war and kill each other off. Whoops, type of thing. That's what deconstructing and understanding the history refers to, that nuance. So how can we fight against the white man when, even if we're learning their own education system, we're unable to deconstruct it and reform it to what it has to be?
Well, I think the question is aid killing Africa? I was just explaining specifically what else other than aid, like Jacadero so eloquently presented, was killing Africa. I was just extending upon that. So I'm going on based off the question.
Let's welcome.
I get it.
Go back, gentlemen. How are you this week?
I'm good, Koku. I'm good. I'm gonna try to be brief. I'm gonna try to be brief. I know you're on subject too. Is it killing Africa? Yeah. It's like overfeeding something. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't need to be fed. You know what I'm saying? What it needs to be feeded at that time. I mean, it's just. I mean, a lot of a point of, you know what I'm saying, the people in Africa who are a lot of the people who's given aid, a lot of the nations are the same nations that through corporations, business, you know what I'm saying, transactions, extracting it and having that pull from the Africans on the ground that are incentivized to give away the resources at rock bottom prices just to facilitate the whole chain. And the nature of the fact of it is, if those people weren't compelled to give their precious resources hand over fist at such a low price, we wouldn't have it. I mean, you can't just give aid. You have to stop the whole process. I mean, if you want it, come direct, give a proper price. And then, you know what I'm saying, this market that y'all talk about, you know what I'm saying, around the world where prices is averaged out, you know what I'm saying, we'll come across what people feel it is. And, you know what I'm saying, we'll come to a proper price, grounded in objective, subjective, actual tendencies that are, that are actual. And yeah, I mean, you just can't give people a little bit of money. That's welfare. I mean, it's just like what happens when people don't. I mean, it's messed up that black people don't have the resources to actually buy a house. But if you can kind of just give them a little bit of resource, give them a little bit of welfare, they'll stay in the little government housing. You know what I'm saying? They'll be small. So aid it kills the mind. It kills innovation, just ingenuity. And at some point, either you're going to come correct, or, you know what I'm saying, it's just, it's always a sham to where you're just exploiting. That's all I got to say.
Appreciate that, RBG. Let me hear from Black Steel next. Black Steel, are you there still, or?
No, I'm still here. I already went.
Get preoccupied.
No, I already went. Remember, I was the first one you called on.
Okay. My bad. Juana, what's it?
Yes, sir. So for this particular prompt, I'm gonna keep my powder dry until the next prompt, because the next prompt goes more into detail, because this is a particularly short prompt, and I really want to provide triggers to get the benefit of this whole economic discussion that we had prior. But I would say this, to Ditto's point, I think it's a little bit unfair. I think it's unfair to say because she was trained in the West, that means she would have a Western mindset or even a colonial one. And you didn't say that, but a Western mindset. Because Kwame Nkrumah had the benefit of a Western education. You know, he went to an American school, and when he went back to Ghana, he didn't practice American politics to try to create a free, independent Ghana. He practiced what he practiced. And Mugabe was one of the most educated, African presidents. In fact, he went to the University of London. I think he had a program at the University of London. You know, he was a Western trained individual as well. But you see, Mugabe was completely anti-colonial, completely. And Mia Motley was a lady. She went to the School of Economics in London. You know, I am the beneficiary of an American education and a British legal education. You know, but my Bible is a philosophy and opinions of Marcus Garvey. That's my Bible. So it's not a necessarily equivalent to say because you train in the West that you're gonna come out thinking like a English speaking automaton. You know, that ain't really fair. I don't think that's fair. But I wanted to keep my powder dry because I wanted to wait until the next part. But I will also say this to the brother MG2. I am very skeptical. Brother, of nationalization. I am skeptical of that for this reason. I think that the governments need to govern, but independent businessmen need to be independent businessmen, free of government interference and influence. You know, because governments don't know how to run private enterprise. And if you look at the United States, and I ain't saying the United States is the end all and be all, but the United States was able to achieve a lot of the economic achievement kind of like through the entrepreneurs and business people. You have to let the people them do their thing in the markets without that nationalization or some government official come and say, you need to run the government this way. I don't like that. But that's just me. But I wanted to keep my powder dry really until the next prompt, which further goes into more detail in terms of this aid and the economics of the African governments. I wanted to keep my powder dry until then. So I'll leave it there.
So real quickly. First,
appreciate that.
There's no such thing as the West. Let's make that clear. Starting from that point, yeah, there is a problem already with the premise itself. There's no such thing as a monolithic Western education. What they are within what people mislabel as quote unquote the West, there are Anglo education, and then there's Francophone or Spanish phone type of educations that do vary from each other in certain aspects. This whole monolithic view of quote unquote the West is a farce. It doesn't exist. So what I'm criticizing or what I'm putting forward is not this oversimplistic stereotypes of definition, but more into depth as it is. So as we enter this next level that I'm expecting is going to go more into depth, I will perhaps delve more into that. But that's a point I think it's misunderstood as in regards to this, because I myself have been educated here in the Western Hemisphere. I went to middle school and high school, both in Latin America and the United States. I finished my higher education both in the United States and in Latin America. So my specialization of law, philology or philologia, sociology, anthropology, etc. All those things I studied. I had the advantage.
You got a line you're playing, bro.
Yeah, I had the not advantage. That's the wrong word. I had the benefit of balancing Anglo education, Spanish education, and Francophone education, and realizing where the faults were and where the benefits were, and evolve from that. That's what I wanted to establish.
Appreciate that. Does anyone have any last thoughts on this prompt? As we're going to go to a kind of connected prompt next that Juan would have alluded to. But does anyone have any last thoughts on this prompt?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Let's shoot a breeze.
I'm loving this conversation, especially when the young sister was talking about colonization, and the young brother talking about colonization and Muslim. We could get into religions forever, but I have to ask myself, I just did some projections in terms of economic growth from different countries and compared that to African people globally. And Indonesia, which is the largest Muslim population, their economic growth, they're set to within a few years hit double digit. So I'm not saying it's because they're Muslim or not. It's just that maybe there's a chasm between what the colonizers, because Muslims, they were colonized by those who were in that quote unquote religion. So clearly there might be a chasm between their religion and actually their functioning as a nation to have projected growth. I also did the actual projections on South Korea, which has a significant Christian and that was not something that was indigenous to them. That was, of course, colonized, and they were indoctrinated. Their projected growth, even though that there are some slowdowns coming in the next years for most, they're also, within probably a decade or so, a double-digit growth in terms of their economic standing. And we're using European, i.e. economic standards. Again, that's their frame of reference in terms of GDP. So clearly, they have found a way, or maybe not, who knows, of being able to have that chasm between their colonizing, i.e. in forms of religion, and how they function as a nation. I have run those same simulated models with Black folks globally, both locally and diasporas. We're talking, as a collective diaspora, which is those that are not in the African continent. And I also ran the same projected growth with the African continent. Of course, these are very thumbnail sketches, but there's actually economic slowdown. Although there's a population growth, but economic slowdown. So clearly, there might not be as much of a chasm between what we believe in, whether it's religious or whatever colonizers did, and how we function as Black folk. So clearly, there is data out there that says that irrespective of the colonizing religions, whatever, we are definitely working backwards as Black people globally in terms of being able to compete against other nations. In terms of, and I love the conversation in terms of Western not being a monolith, and that definitely is something that is a very valid point. But I also have to ask myself, and there's that qualification of the word "but." The whole world is unfortunately based its survival mechanism, its culture, i.e., survival mechanism, on this possibly not monolith, but we call it dollar-based or treasury-based or hegemonic, sovereign or what we call seigniorage, that is based upon what I would call Anglo or Western or European frame of reference. In other words, unless you have their so-called economy, you don't eat, and that's globally. With little nations that are trying to break away. And some that might have not been in there in the first place, like the North Sentinel Islands and whatnot. But unfortunately, whether they are a monolith or not, we are definitely living the effects of their hegemony. Here's a good, clear case of that evidence. What language are we all not speaking, but what language do we all understand? You could call it Anglo, you could call it Western model, whatever else, but clearly we're not speaking Twi on this live stream. So I just wanted to go ahead and put that out there for you. I'll pass the mic.
Appreciate that, MG2. Shooter Breeze topic number 3 says, a discussion on the influence of different economic models in Africa and its effects. This takes us back to YouTube again. You guys should be able to see what I'm seeing. This video is titled Guyude Mo, I might be mispronouncing, quote unquote, China in Africa, an African perspective. But we're going to listen to a snippet, so to speak, of it. It's under 5 minutes. So we'll sit back, take this in, and we'll continue the conversation shortly.
When here's what was happening throughout the 90s. If you were to ask people, anybody who remembers or who was old enough to remember what happened in Africa in the 90s, you would know that in Africa was a place of the first things that were happening on the continent in the 90s were wars, a lot of civil wars, Black Hawk Down, the Rwandan genocide, the Liberian Civil War, the Sierra Leonean Civil War, what was called Africa's World War, when Rwanda, Zimbabwe, Uganda fought in the Democratic Republic of Congo with different rebels there. And so with all of these wars happening across the continent, then they precipitated humanitarian disasters. You have huge numbers of internally displaced people, and you have had refugees. I too was a refugee during the war. I finished high school in a refugee camp in Cote d'Ivoire. So this is one of the things that was happening in Africa in the 90s, a lot of wars. And those wars were in part funneled, driven by what had happened with the collapse of the Soviet Union. Light weapons became easily available, and enterprising people sold arms to rebel groups across the continent. And so you had wars. And with the wars, like I said, you have significant humanitarian crisis. But that wasn't the only thing. There was a huge disease burden. HIV/AIDS, if you remember, throughout the 90s and the early aughts, was ravaging the continent. Central and Southern Africa were being wiped out. You had entire villages where there were two generations with a missing generation. You had the grandparents and the children, and the entire generation of parents were wiped out. So you had that. You had malaria. You had all of the tropical diseases you can think about. Those were happening. So it was not just the wars that were ravaging the continent. It was also the disease burden. Then something came back to bite us. A lot of African countries had taken out significant debt in the 70s, and that debt then came due. And so we came to an instance where most African countries were spending up to 60% of government revenues on just simply servicing debt. And in some instances, it was just interest, not even the, and because for years they had not serviced the debt, they accrued punitive interest and punitive charges. And so let's go back. You had wars, disease, debt. Within this context, very few companies, very few in the West looked at Africa as a place to do business. Most of Western policy toward Africa was actually filtered through the lens of development and aid. This was the picture of what was happening in Africa in the year 2000, when China hosted the first forum on China Africa cooperation, FOCAC. And the FOCAC was held in Beijing. 40 governments were invited. And 2000 happened to be a very fortuitous year, because that was the year that China first did its going out policy, when Chinese firms were encouraged to go out to seek access to resources, but to seek access to markets. So when everyone else, and everyone else, I mean the West, saw Africa mainly through the lens of development aid, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, there was still, the Chinese actually saw an opportunity to do business. So Chinese companies go out into Africa. Now, why? Right? At this time, something else was happening. I mean, globalization is actually taking off. And we know what happened. Well, I have an argument of what happened. I mean, you may not agree with me, but in globalization, labor lost and capital won. And so when capital won, what happened was, in places where capital was cheap but labor was high, like here, capital then began to invest in places where labor was cheap. Initially, it wasn't directly in China. Anyone who remembers what happens in the 90s, it was the maquiladoras in Mexico, along the border with the US-Mexico border, when these huge factories were moving over there. But eventually, As trade became more widespread and travel became easier, then global value chains began to develop, and China was in the middle of global value chains. China became like the factory of the world. And what do you need in a factory? You need resources to be able to convert that to finished products. Where did you have resources? Africa had the largest endowment of natural resources. So it made sense that China would go to Africa seeking resources. So that's one. It was just driven by what was happening in terms of the global economy. But secondly, China has always been suspicious of its presence and how it would be accepted by the rest of the world. And so China didn't simply want access to resources. China could always get access to resources on the international market. You could buy what you wanted on the international market, but China wanted access at source. Right? And the Chinese suspicion was vindicated, right, with the trade war and everything. So China didn't want to have to depend on other people for material, for resources that it considered crucial to its economy. And so it wanted access to this at source. So Chinese companies went into Africa and negotiated deals with African governments for access to iron ore, gold, diamond, oil, whatever you can think about. They developed that. And for the first time, something changed. It wasn't simply that, but China offered a completely different model than the one that we had seen before. So you can, and listen, everything I'm saying here today, obviously you're free to check it out later. But recently there was a report where 101 companies either listed on the London Stock Exchange or domiciled in the UK own the rights to $1 trillion of resources in Africa. So the resources are in the ground in Africa, but ownership to these resources, right? Access to these resources is for companies that are listed on the London Stock Exchange. And that's how it was done. A Western company or Chevron shows up in an African country, signs an agreement with an African government. And the way it works is we pay you in terms of royalty and taxes, and then the government was responsible to take the resources and develop its country, pay for services, pay for infrastructure. China offered a different model, resource for oil, for infrastructure deals. So basically the Chinese offer was, against payment on resources you should have, you can take out a loan and build the infrastructure you need. And up to today, Africa still lags the rest of the world on every measure of infrastructure coverage, especially with paved roads and electricity. I'll give you an example. And I always like to use this because it tells you how stark it is, that only 43% of the roads in Africa are paved. And 30% of all the paved roads in Africa are in one country, South Africa. That is the scale of the infrastructure gap on the continent. And because especially Africa south of the Sahara, doesn't have the resources, doesn't have the infrastructure on which to be able to build a modern economy. Last year, 2017, Africa's total share of global trade was equal to South Korea, which is around 2.93%. This is a continent of about 1 billion. And so when the Chinese show up, and for the first time begin to build infrastructure that was not geared on the colonial infrastructure that most African countries inherited. The colonial infrastructure was basically the center and the periphery, and it was intended to take resources from the periphery and take it to the center. Now, in a world where regional value chains and global value chains are becoming prevalent, that's not possible in Africa because the infrastructure was not meant to connect African country to African country. It was meant to connect African country to the hosts, to the colonial, whatever. What China is doing now in terms of the infrastructure that they're building is connecting African cities, African capitals, making it possible for global value chains, regional value chains to develop. So it wasn't as if China showed up in Africa in a vacuum. It was that the relationship that most African countries had, there were things missing from it. It was a bit inadequate. So after the colonial experience, of course, then had Western companies that were coming into African countries and then negotiating. It wasn't now states, it was Western companies. And I don't know how to say this, but the deals weren't always fair. I'll give you an example. I actually printed it out. You know, the guy in Tanzania, I'm not a big fan, but he's onto something. The Magufuli showed up and accused Barrick Gold. So Acacia Mining, which is a division of Barrick Gold, he accused them of not paying taxes. And eventually he decided to cancel their concession agreement. He said they owed them owed Tanzania billions of dollars. But this is what they, and the reason he raised this was in 2015, between 2010 and 2015, they paid only 8% in taxes and royalties to the government. But between those years, they paid $444 million in dividends to their shareholder while not paying any corporate income tax in Tanzania. And so when he came on, the CEO of Acacia Mining admits that the original mining agreement was not equitable. These were the kinds of agreement a lot of African countries entered into with Western firms. And so even though the resources were being mined in the country, very little was actually being paid in the country in terms of taxes to be able to finance this. And so it was the inadequacy of these relationships that made it easy for a partner like China to show up and for most African countries to just welcome the Chinese the way they did. So there's one. The second thing was just the suitability of China as a partner. One of the things that is not spoken about in terms of China in Africa is how, with the arrival of the Chinese, even contracts, civil works contracts, building roads, building power plants that are put out in terms of open tender are now increasingly won by the Chinese. And it's not because they're providing low quality works, it's just because the cost of a Chinese company doing the project is significantly lower than the cost of a European company doing the project. And I was saying to him, I was a Minister of Public Works, and one of the projects we did was financed by the African Development Bank. The total cost of the project was around $70 million. That's what we knew for, it was a road project. And we had one European firm, French company, that bid, and we had about 17 Chinese companies. Right, obviously, just a law of averages, you know the winner is going to be Chinese. But the European company's bid price for a $70 million contract was $86 million. So on the day the bid was opened, you knew the European company was not going to win. But this is, and the Chinese company came in at 68.7 million in terms of being able to do that. And why? I mean, there are accusations that sometimes it's because the Chinese companies bribe African policymakers, and that is true. There are instances in which a lot of Chinese companies would win bid projects by bribing, but sometimes it's just basic project. The European company is going to mobilize with Mercedes trucks, with Scania, Volvo. Those trucks are really, really expensive to do the work. The Chinese company is going to mobilize with Howo, Sinotruk, right? That sometimes one Mercedes truck is as expensive as 2.5 Howo trucks, right? And so that's one. Most times when a European company mobilizes, the European company mobilizes with insurance for Europeans working there. Of course, you need insurance. They need R&R. The Chinese company, I'm not sure what the insurance structure is like for the Chinese companies, right? And so over and over, what we're seeing in civil works is that Chinese investment in terms of Chinese companies tend to be more price competitive without reducing the quality of what is produced. And I like to tell a story in terms of the relationship also between African governments and the Chinese government. When I was in 2008, I was very close to a friend of mine was a part of the preparation for a delegation from Kenya to visit the US, and the Kenyan Speaker of Parliament requested a meeting with then Speaker Nancy Pelosi. That was before this. I had water, anyway. And when the Kenyan delegation requested a meeting with Speaker Pelosi, they were told, I don't know if it's Speaker Pelosi herself who told them, but they were told by staff that Speaker Pelosi meets with heads of state, not speakers from Kenya. So there's that. I returned to Liberia, and in 2010, I was an aide in the president's office, just like a regular aide, guy who takes notes. And I accompanied the foreign minister of Liberia to China on a visit. It wasn't even like a state visit, it was an official visit. And we went to China, and so up to today, I don't know what the Beijing airport looks like, just because we didn't use we didn't come in like regular people. Like, we were taken off the plane from when the plane landed, and we didn't see anything until we were in our hotel room, because, you know, it's an official delegation.
All right, give it a few more seconds to rock. Once again, Hugh Debris' topic number 3, a discussion on the influence of different economic models in Africa and its effects. So, provide triggers. This was kind of put up here for you. Hopefully, you're still out there checking out what we got going on. But let me start with Jacadero on this one. Jacadero, what are your thoughts on this?
What was the question for the prompt of this exactly? Just so I can answer it. A discussion on the influence of
a discussion on the
influence.
All right, economic models in Africa and its effect.
Okay. You know, this was a lot, so I hope that I'm able to answer this. But just some takeaways, at least I can at least do that. Some takeaways that, you know, he's talking about so many contracts. You know, it goes a lot of times unsaid and unheard of on how many different, whether it's construction contracting contracts or even private sector contracts go into the continent. And it's always very interesting. And maybe that's one of the things that we have wrong in Africa, is that we have governments like Magufuli was the head of Tanzania at one time, was negotiating a contract with a private construction company, a private gold, I think it was a gold company. That's crazy. Like, why would he need to be doing that? Why? Like, in Africa, sometimes our leaders have way too much time to involve themselves into things that it's like, why don't you have somebody going after that? Why haven't you delegated that power to somebody else? You know, as much as I don't like on how Nancy Pelosi was saying to the Kenyan delegation, I only meet with heads of state. Well, stupid bitch, old bitch. You know, maybe, and let me take another dig at her. Maybe because of how much of a bitch you are, Nancy, is why your husband was beaten with a hammer, huh? Maybe because that's why, the way that you act. Anyways, I had to get my licks in, but I also at the same time can't fault her for thinking that, because the pattern is what she's used to. Maybe, just maybe, she's used to saying like, oh, hey, like the only time that I meet with Africans is their heads of state, even though I've never been the president of this country, even though that this country has never recognized a woman to be its head of state. But I need to meet with heads of state from your continent, because that's how I look at you guys. So, and then, back to my thing about the economic power in Africa. Like, why would it be centralized to the head of state? That's so stupid. It's so stupid to hear that Magufuli was even negotiating a gold Why? Like, why? I would say something about the Kenyan president, but like I said before, I want to take a trip to Mombasa this year, so I will bypass that. But I liked how he said in the 90s it was almost like that was the time of war. You had Democratic Republic of Congo in a constant fight, the Rwandan genocide. I mean, bro, just the whole independence of South Sudan in 2011, I believe, that was because of all the wars in the 90s and in the 80s, right? And then Ivory Coast had itself a war, Liberia, Sierra Leone. So, that shapes the way on why we have the situation that we have today. But I don't know if I got to answer this topic of the discussion on the influence of economic models. But one of the things is if we can change the economic models in Africa, modernity would show us like a president or a prime minister. Because I think, Ethiopia recognizes a prime minister as its head of state. The prime minister or president of these African and Caribbean countries shouldn't be negotiating shouldn't be negotiating contracts with private companies. Like Guyana's president, excuse me, I got to give him respect. Dr. Muhammad Irfan Ali of Guyana, he's negotiating with Mobil and Chevron when they discovered offshore oil. Why? What does Dr. Ali need to be doing with that? That's crazy. No, you need to be delegating that power to somebody like AKA whoever is the MP, right? Because most of these African and Caribbean governments still operate in a parliamentary system. Make somebody the prime minister or minister of like your guys' private business sector. Make that a job and then have that do that. You're the president or prime minister. You need to be doing other things. That's it.
Jacadero with the good energy. In the chat, Jose said when the Dutch king makes an official visit, the airplanes are full of businessmen. He moves to open doors for business, symbolic, they say. Thus, presidents must do it too. I think Provide Trigger said something that I was feeling at the time of watching this video. She said there's something about the context or location of this presentation by this dude that makes me feel a bit guarded. We have to be able to discuss our own affairs in our own Pan-Africanist milieu. Yeah, I kind of wasn't too happy about the crowd. And the one particular Asian up front, going back and forth, like as he ventures into talking about China. I kind of didn't like that. But, that's neither here nor there for some. With that said, man, let me hear from Black Steel.
All right. Well, a couple things about this topic. I understand where you're coming from, right? He's basically saying, when you deal with certain companies and certain economic powers, right, you got to do what's best for your nation. If the Chinese offer better contracts, and if they're able to have more equity, I remember it wasn't the British visited some country, offered to build a prison. So if the Chinese are offering better contracts, right? We live in a global world. We live in a global, interconnected world. So if you're going to be able to compete on the world stage, you're going to have to, negotiate with with the rest of the world. So I think that in many ways, the Chinese are offering better deals than the Europeans are, but that doesn't mean we should trust them, though. That doesn't mean they should be trusted. And when you're talking about doing business, you gotta look at it from a quid pro quo standpoint, something for something. We're gonna work with you, but in the meantime, what are we receiving in return? And there has been some good and there's been some bad when dealing with Chinese companies. I think that if it does have the potential to organize the continent and allow them to develop economically, but also the Chinese are in it for themselves. They're not there for Africa because they love Africans. They have their own desires. But I believe if they're intelligent, they can actually come out with some mutually beneficial contracts. So I'll leave it there. I don't really have too much to say on this topic.
Appreciate that. See, real black gentleman. Real black gentleman, what say you?
I guess I will say, let me go back to the question. Kind of getting lost in the chat. I mean, different economic influences. You know, not everyone does things the same way. I mean, if you're talking about like the basic structures, like a more state command economy, you call, you know, one example like communism, or, you know what I'm saying, more like mixed economies, you know, you might call it socialism. And then you might have your capitalism, your free markets, you know what I'm saying, your enterprise types. Different nations, when they colonized Africa, had different national imperatives, in the way that they were trying to fund their own nations influenced how they colonized, you know, Africa. I mean, again, France is semi-socialist. That's why they are clinging on to the African colonies, because they need the raw material just to feed the nation. Whereas England, they're more capitalist. They don't need to formally kind of tie themselves to the money with the CFA, but they just do it in such a way that it's kind of more strong armish, and kind of they just lean into the nations a little more. That's why you have the BPs, and you know what I'm saying, the way that, you know, the way that their relationship to their colonies is just different. They don't necessarily have to say, you know, you're just going to adopt our currency. They just say, you know, we're the Commonwealth. Yo, you know, we'll break something off with you, even though it's still very heavy-handed and it's still very uneven. Different countries, you know, do things differently because it's based on their own national interests. So I think that, you know, what winds up happening is that, you know, when you're talking about the effect, the way that the Francophone countries are rebelling against France is different than how the Anglo nations, they contend with England. It's not the same. It's you know, there's definitely differences, even though France and England are part of the EU. Well, England, Britain isn't part of the EU. They actually left the EU, but they're right next to each other, even though they might have strong antagonistic, strong competitive natures about themselves as nations, because, you know, they naturally work with each other because they're right next to each other. They're going to talk to each other because they're right next to each other. They're going to, you know, and it's just a sense of you see it as good cop, bad cop, you know, in aspects. You know, the Africa isn't in a vacuum. The way that a nation is going to engage with another nation is going to be made pretty self-evident, and other nations are going to act accordingly to try to draw a contrast, to kind of say, oh, we're not like them. We do things a little differently. Maybe a little give and take. I mean, I know in Portugal, I know there's a lot of people who leave Africa and go to Portugal. The way that Portugal has its colonies, it's more reverse assimilation, where Portugal is actually, you know, kind of getting a little bit darker and darker and darker, because the way that they want to bring, I might be wrong, Jose. I know that, I'm not sure if I think Jose has knows something about Cape Verde. If I'm not mistaken, forgive me if I am. But you might have a strong sense of understanding Portugal than the rest of us. But different countries, the European nations engage differently, and it reflects, and it can't be really hidden. I mean, I would say that France is failing because, in the sense that, even though a lot of countries who are Anglophone might have strong disagreements with England, and it's the way that England opens up markets to different countries, whereas France, all their business has to go through France. You know what I'm saying? It's different, but not, you know, in a vacuum. I hope that makes sense. I'm gonna pass the mic.
Appreciate that, RBG. Let me hear from Ditso next. Ditso, what's it?
Oh boy, this is it goes all attached. But first, I love the difference between somebody who speaks with the necessary basis to make a point, contrary to somebody who just throws overbearing opinions into the ground. So let's put it very simple. As we became independent, either Latin America, well, obviously my best mark of reference will always be Latin America because of me, or Africa, we encountered something very simple. How the hell are we going to survive? How the hell are we going to develop? So obviously neocolonialism comes in the characteristic sense of, oh, we are better developed than you. We have the companies, we have the means. Therefore, here we come in. So in an ideal world, each country would say, okay, fine, look, we need to construct jails, we need to construct roads, we need to construct waterways, we need to, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We need to get our infrastructure. And here comes in the companies and they say, okay, look, this is what we can offer. And this is what we can provide in order for you to get your development. A one-to-one relation, everybody's happy, everybody gets paid, no corruption. But reality bites you in the ass. Because I bet right now, if I mention the Odrovich corruption case, none of you would be aware of what that scandal for 30 years happened. And I bet you right now somebody's Googling the Odrovich corruption case, which is a prime example. The problem with economic systems that are dependent on cooperation is not in itself the issue of cooperation as is. Neither is it a capitalism or a mixed or socialism, etc. The problem originates from an ideology relation of the private sector as an originator of corruption and the public sector as the receptor of that particular corruption. And in some occasions, a mixed sense where both private and public are the incentivator and the receptor of that corruption. So in this sense, and to keep it very simple, independence brought with it, sovereignty brought with it, the problem that individuals and companies of those individuals that form those companies will always function on the interest of self-service, not in the interest of common wealth or common good in that sense. Whilst those in the position of administrative, institutionalized governance, some are there for the commonwealth, but the majority are there also for the self-service interest. So how do we fix this? How do we progress from that? Well, we do need strong judicial systems, independent, that are able to capture and investigate and prosecute and persecute those who are committing those corruption, self-service interest actions. So the problem is, how do we ensure that when cooperation becomes a reality, it is not for the exploitation, but for the benefit of that commonwealth? And the best answer is we need to fortify judicial systems. We need to fortify our internal laws. We need to ensure that those laws are adequately enforced. And that pipe dream of efficiency may never be reached because at the end we're dealing with humans, and humans are corrupt. Understanding that,
that's
and with this, I give a conclusion real quickly. I extend myself sometimes in that sense. The question is not whether it's an ism or capitalism, socialism, etc. an adequate system. The question is, when that system is in place, how do you ensure that its efficiency and efficacy is what is manifested in reality? I hope I made myself clear. I tried to be as concise as possible.
All right, appreciate that. So let's change up the energy a little bit. Cheryl, let's say you shoot the breeze topic number 3, a discussion on the influence of different economic models in Africa and its effect. Let's see.
Yeah, so this is the reason why I really like coming on the show and listening in and doing the discussions, because I always learn something new. So pretty much everything that he was talking about, I knew what Africa was vaguely, but I was just looking up specifically the different economic models that Africa has in place right now. I'm just going to be real quick. There were two. There was informal economy and a formal economy. And an informal economy is something that's based on like Esusu. I think I've heard that before, Esusu. So basically for finances and saving. So this is what a lot of Africans prefer over formal banking institutions because of high fees and distrust. And when I heard that distrust part, I'm thinking maybe that distrust is coming from the formal economy, which focuses on savings and management of money by a large number of micro and small enterprises. And when they say small enterprises, immediately I'm thinking, okay, it might be some small African enterprises, but they're probably more foreign small enterprises. And I think just based off of my limited knowledge of what's going on, I think that would be more detrimental for Africa than an informal economy, because you're having things like, I could be wrong, like Asusu, like these informal ways of saving money as opposed to trusting foreigners. It seems like a better move. Now, that might not be the best thing, but it seems better than having a large number of small enterprises who you don't know where they're coming from. They could be foreign. That could be China. I saw something in the news about how China was, they have a lot of workers in China, right? And a lot of Chinese workers in different African countries laying infrastructure. They're laying roads, they're making buildings, doing all of this. And all in the midst of that, they're having children with the African women there. And the main thing I'm thinking about is anchor babies. They're I'm thinking, okay, that's what immediately my mind goes to. They create these anchor babies, they laying them down, these little mixed, little half Chinese little kids, so that when they grow up, I don't know who they're going to be loyal to, but all it takes is a couple of Chinese nationals with a lot of money coming in and saying that they're going to support them, for them to say, oh, well, this person is of half Chinese, so we can have access to their land. I mean, these type of things happen. throughout history. So I'm just thinking about just taking it back to that informal economy, and that formal economy, maybe that's the division that you have. And maybe that's something that he mentioned too, about that. But maybe that's something that's that people on the continent are kind of torn between. So I thought that was very interesting. I'd like to know anybody's thoughts on that.
Well, before we throw it to everyone, let me, and thank you for that, Sister Cheryl. Let me hear from MG2 next. MG2 would say.
My gosh, you guys just got me. I am so happy listening to you guys. Cheryl, I could listen to you all day. I mean, the points are so like right on. I'm just like I said, I'm just like beaming because of you guys. The thing is, when you're looking at economic models and I'm glad you brought this up, Cheryl, in terms of formal and informal. Susus are it's an African concept. We've been doing that before there were Europeans on the planet, in terms of our investing in our own and actually helping each other build as we invest in each other. The thing is, when you have to, it's all about frame of reference. When the formality, or what they would call, quote unquote, in English terms, formal, becomes something that is a foreign concept, as you said, these different enterprises, that tells you that our frame of reference, even from its beginning, is skewed. Susus and other forms of African economic models that date back to the dawn of time should be the formality. That should be formal. But because of colonization, indoctrination, again, the language I'm even speaking, we've turned things we've turned things upside down, where what is determined standardized or formal as a quote unquote normalized frame of reference is actually a foreign concept, just like the language I'm speaking. But we've actually it became our frame of reference. That's why when I hear different statistics in terms of US GDP, I always like to preference it in terms of their dollar or their GDP. I always say that because it all comes down to frame of reference. And unfortunately, the entire globe's frame of reference is centered upon, quote unquote, I love to use that term, Western economic models. Because of the fact that every currency and every economy on the globe, with the small exceptions of some around that have not interfaced, they are all nothing more than a derivative of US treasuries, or I should say westernized economic models. And that's the unfortunate aspect. It is something, of course, that is a product of colonization for centuries. It's a product of war. It's a product of manipulation, a product of coups, you name it. But irrespective, it still lasts. Okay, it's still there. No matter what currency on the planet, everyone says the value of my currency is X amount of dollars. Therefore, you are a derivative of someone else's frame of reference. That's irrefutable fact. I trade currency. Been trading markets since 1986. So that's something I can tell you in a heartbeat. One of the things is there was a movie that came out. Again, it's about what do you do with what you have. Okay, irrespective of what frame of reference that you're using, what do you do with that in order to wean yourself off that frame of reference so you could develop your economies for yourselves? We're looking, and a good brother brought up a lot about China. And of course, we've been hearing the term de-dollarization. I did like a whole series on de-dollarization on another channel in terms of showing folks exactly what true de-dollarization is. The thing is, when you're dealing with some of these other countries, they're using that frame of reference of Western treasuries, i.e. that hegemon. They're using that in order for them to wean themselves off of that model to develop their own models in a modern context. That's why you have different nations, and how they interface with Africa, how they interface with other, Europe. It doesn't matter. But they're using, i.e. the westernized quote unquote dollar system in order to create their own mechanism. So therefore, whether it's a parallel or competing or whatever, they're doing something that they're saying, we're using somebody else as a weapon, a lesson, or a tool, so we could go ahead and use us as that frame of reference everyone needs. China's at the forefront right now, or I should say BRICS Bank or whatever you want to call it, they're at the forefront of someone trying to do that. When my brother brought up about Africa and the resources, economic models, no matter where you go, even from ancient times, what you do is you get natural resource, you industrialize that natural resource, then you commoditize the product, and then you franchise the organization. Other folks have a different way of doing it. Of course, Europeans, okay, and Arabs and all those that are conquerors, they use the term of conquering, exploitation, war, and and colonization to make that model happen. Some nations don't do that, or some nations might go with the carrot, like China and others, where others go with the stick. Irrespective of that, they're still using it for their benefit and not yours. Clearly, I mean, if you see, even in terms of dollar GDP, you're seeing in terms of why Africa only has 43% of paved roads, as my brother said so very well. The thing is again, you get natural resource. Well, of course, Africa has natural resource. Kazakhstan has natural. It doesn't matter where you go. You industrialize it. You turn it into something. For instance, you get a bunch of cows, put them down there in Brazil. What are you going to do with them? You're going to industrialize it. You turn them into hamburgers. Then you go ahead and you take that and you commoditize it and you get some golden arches up there and say, we're McDonald's. Then you franchise the organization and say 10 billion served. That is no different than anyone else, whether it's China going in to get coltan and now all of a sudden you have an iPod or an iPhone. Doesn't matter. The same model exists no matter where it is. It's been there for ancient times. The thing is how you go about doing it and what do you do in order to go ahead and put it underneath your roof and not someone else's roof. Unfortunately, Africans globally, it's not something that's only specific to the African continent or Caribbean. I'm talking Black folks on this planet, all of us. We're all subjected to this situation. And the reason I say that, there was a movie that came out back in the early 2000s. I don't know if you guys had a chance to see it, but it was called Hood to Hood. And Hood to Hood was kind of like a documentary about gangs, and about, they were showing all the quote unquote, and I say perceived wealth of gangs. And you saw brothers with cardboard boxes with hundreds of thousands. One brother pulled one out of the panels in his ceiling and brought out cardboard boxes of $200,000, $300,000, and he had his little Glocks and whatnot, saying, "Look what we done did. Look what we did." My thing is, it was no different in the days of Al Capone and whatnot, and Bugsy Siegel and whatnot. They did the same thing. The only difference is what did they do? What infrastructures did they build? And how did they end up controlling societies back then? Whereas you have the same brothers doing the same thing there, whether it's Hood to Hood or whether you have Kevin Hart and Will Smith. It's what are we doing with what is, it's the same thing, but we're doing something different. So therefore we're subjected to other economic models and not developing our own. Clearly, if you see what happened back in the day, you had your gangsters, doesn't matter what it is. They have used that in order to carve out a form of their own economic model to where they're controlling societies. Clearly they are. Otherwise, you wouldn't have a Rudy Giuliani or a Donald Trump or even a Joe Biden. Clearly, somebody has done something in order to bring where you're subjected to modern day effects of what someone did back then. Clearly, no doubt about it, we are doing the same thing, because we are very reactionary, no doubt about it. But clearly the results are not the same. And this is not just, saying something in the year 2000 of a movie called Hood to Hood. We could go back centuries. Okay. You name a point in time where we have had resource. We had had the ability to commoditize and industrialize and also franchise. And, you see the evidence, we would not be having this conversation. So the thing is, or at least the conversation would be different. The thing is I always base everything to a movie I keep, and I said it on this channel and many other channels, even the ones that I'm, that I try to present. There's a movie that came out in 1975 called Man Friday. I'll never forget sitting there watching it. And I said, that's going to be the new model of the world and how the world will carve out its own niche, no matter who you are, whether it's countries, whether it's religions, whether it's, ethnicities. Everyone's going to use that economic model to carve out their own niche in order to control themselves and be in charge of their own destiny. It was a movie that was written for Black folks to specifically use that as a model, but everyone else has used it but African people globally. Clearly, again, we wouldn't have this conversation. Man Friday was not just an economic movie. It had nothing really to do with economics, but it was written in order to say, how do you use someone else's culture to make them destroy themselves so your culture will win in the end? That's the whole movie. That's the whole gist of the movie. Other foreign ministers back in 75 have watched that movie. I'll never forget this because I remember there was a diplomat from Russia that actually was like, oh, we don't have to use this. We saw one in India. We saw one in Japan. That's why Japan was so, they actually went to their renaissance in the 80s when they were doing a lot of manufacturing, what you see China doing now. Japan lost the ball. China may lose the ball. Who knows it? We saw Korea do it. Back then, diplomats were forced to watch this. And this movie was why you see China getting ahead now, why dang near every phone literally has Korean technology, why India is, probably going to be the breadbasket of the world, especially when it comes to rice and other commodities, why you see one of the largest meat industries are two racist, hardcore Bolsonaro sycophants out of Brazil. Why Russia is one of the, irrespective of sanctions, they're able to go ahead and continue a quote unquote special military operation. And other than China, have a military that's more competitive than the United States, especially if you saw what happened with China the other day in their military parade. I mean, they used the Man Friday model of a movie that came out that was specifically for African people, but African people neglected to go ahead and use that. Clearly, as we say, look at where we're at today in comparison to others. So the thing is, when you're talking economic models, it's very simple. Okay, I mean, it's so simple it hurts. Anything you want to do, you can actually get it done as a collective, or as I say, individual collectivist and not collective individualist, which is what we have, that's the doctrine, unfortunately, we've subscribed to, whereas these other nations have subscribed to individual collectivism. And clearly that model has worked for them, especially when it comes to GDP in terms of dollar GDP. There's very simple things. All economic models, especially modern day models, consist of very simple concepts: banking, payment, credit, insurance, investment, and publishing. And the supply chains wrap everything around. Okay, it's how you go ahead and control that and not be controlled by others in that aspect. Of course, the westernized or the Anglo or the whatever you want to call their society, European society, they control all of it: banking, payment, credit, insurance, investment, publishing, and all the supply chains. As of now, you've got other nations that are starting to control that for themselves. And we know who's at the forefront. Of course, it's China, BRICS, or whatever you want to call that. The thing is as African people, and especially on the continent, who have the resource, there should never be a thing called a resource curse, which is what they're talking about. Oh, you have all these resources, you're cursed. That's idiotic. Okay, or that movie Idiocracy. If you have a lot of resource, you are never cursed. You're only cursed when you don't know the value of yourself and how your value of yourself relates to the value of your resource and the value that you're going to use in order to conquer the world and control your own destiny. So there's no such thing as resource cursed. Okay. The thing is if you are in control of those simple concepts, then you could actually go ahead and control others. Africa has resources. Everybody knows that. Africa has human resource that's got the youngest growing population in the world. Clearly, Africa has intellectual resource, but we don't have the smarts to use it. Clearly, again, this conversation will not be had. All you have to do is, and I'll bring it up. Like I said, I have an 8-point project that I've been working on for years of how African people globally can actually go ahead and dominate the planet if we want to. So be it. We want to go ahead and focus on the priorities of things that are not brought to us and make us indoctrinate us like celebrity. And we go for the things that are actually will work, like, security, education, international trade, finance, agriculture and health, technology, energy, things that, of course, we can't do without and ready to kill for. There's very simple things. And I brought it up earlier. One is you have to subsidize one another, whether it's in the hood in Chicago or whether it's in Kenya, as my brother brought, talking about, how we're subsidizing folks buying their cars and their liquor and everything else. The other thing is nationalism. When I say nationalism, I'm not talking in terms of ideological nationalism. I'm talking about nationalizing your resource, nationalizing your economy, nationalizing your supply chains and your education, and even what you talk about on and off air. Nationalizing things so someone else cannot dominate your conversation or your country or your region or even your hood when you're living in Texas. There's other things. There's protectionism. Africans are the only people on this planet. We as Black folks are the only folks that don't practice protectionism. But you have Donald Trump showing it and putting it in your face when you call it terrorists. There's very simple things that Black folks on this planet can do no matter where we exist, from Tanzania to Texas, from Kansas to Kenya. It doesn't matter where we exist. Very simple things that we can do. And it's not rocket science. It's, do we have the will to do it? And do we really have the want to do it? So I'll go ahead and pass the mic on that.
Appreciate that, MG, too.
Is the floor open?
Yeah,
or
go
not
ahead. So quickly.
Okay, so a couple things. Sister mentioned about formal and informal economies. Currently, throughout the world, the majority constitutional republics have formal and informal economies in a very simple terms. Formal economy refers to, for example, Mr. X gets a contract on XYZ company, and they receive a contract. Within that contract is stipulated all the necessary, how much they're going to get paid, what is their insurance like, what are the hours like, etc., 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 etc. And in an informal economy, that does not happen. Usually, in an informal economy, is an area where exploitation happens the most, where there's no official contract, where there's no insurance, etc., 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 etc. That is a byproduct or a problem of mixed economies in many senses, especially and particularly like the brother said before, where you have something that I want to add into his comment. If we go to the most broadest sense of all economic models out there today, either Keynesian model or a free market model or etc. The problem is that the accessibility to the credit, the impacts of rates in itself, the accessibility to expand, and then you have the problem of competition and how bigger firms and bigger corporations will eat the smaller ones, to then the problems of localized corruption, such as in the case of the Odebrecht case. That's one big example of that. Then you have an issue that all economic models part from unrealistic assumptions. So at the end, you may have great models explaining how supply and demand works, what are the reactionary aspects of that, how what the difference between the command economies, which aka nationalization, versus a free market impacts on local as well as on national levels economies, etc., etc., etc. So, in very simple terms, without getting too academic into this, the major point of discussion, I would put it on the table as the problem of not understanding that economic activity is a human activity that is subjected to the whims of that humanity, and that understanding the basis of that, then we can go beyond a subjective presentation of economic models and enter into an objective one that understands the relation of economic activity to the human activity in itself. I'm being a bit broader in that sense, but I just wanted to paint that picture there.
I appreciate that, Ditso. With that said, my Buana, you've heard everything everyone else had to say. What say you to all of it?
Okay, yeah. So I had to write down a lot of these things because you would forget it. So let me go point for point. So when I hear MGT2 talk, right? MGT2 talk in a very academic way, and I am trying with what MGT2 said. I am trying to break that down in everyday man's language, where I could teach my brothers on the corner the different theories he is discussing, but then make it so plain that a person who's not been to university would be able to understand what he basically just said and operationalize these things. For instance, um, the brother talked about many different kinds of things, and even did so when it did so talked about Keynesian economics. My brothers on the corner might be practicing Keynesian economics, but they might not necessarily even understand who Keynesian is or Keynesian was and how to define it, even though they practicing it on the street corners. So I'm trying my best. One of my friends, he runs pigeons, for instance, and he has 200 pigeons. You know what I mean? So he has specialized knowledge in terms of training pigeons, growing pigeons, all these. I say, brother, why don't you put this stuff on YouTube so people will see you? Don't you know you can get paid for something like that if you really wanted to? Yeah, yeah. So it's like he does something. You have a group of people who have different skill sets, right? On as a hobby or whatever, and they don't understand how they could use that to commercialize it to their benefit, even to the country's benefit. They don't understand the terms. They don't understand all these specialization tools that's in front of them. But because I understand the language, my thing is to take it from the academic point of view and put it in the everyday man's language, so they could do it and even and get some benefit from it. You know what I mean? So that is my thing. It's as far as MG2 and the brother did so. But I had a few points that I wrote down in terms of the various different topics that were discussed by the different brothers and sisters. The first thing is this: there is devils in the details. Okay, so to my sister, provide triggers. When you heard the Islamic scholar talking the other week, right? This is the things that he missed in the discussion, and I'm glad that we had two different people. You know, this guy Gid Moore and Dambisa Moyo going into the details of why and how, because sometimes this is missing from these Islamic scholars. These people are on a ground level trying to work out the problems, the details of the problems, and maybe it is confusing because of the time stamps that I put on it. If you are interested in this interview, you can always watch it. It's an hour-long interview, so it'll be more clearer than just having a small frame of reference for the show, because you have to put it in a reference of a show. So for more clarity, I would just suggest maybe in your spare time to go and listen to the whole interview, because it's an hour long, really. As far as what the brother said in terms of negotiating deals, Jacadell is absolutely right. Why is the president Magafuli consigning himself to business deals in a reference point he may not know? He may be a lawyer. I don't know what Magafuli's profession is, but why don't you find a person who is in the industry who would understand the nuances of the industry to try to structure out the deals that's in your favor, rather than you going out and doing that just because you're the president. The Caribbean people are notorious. The Caribbean leaders are notorious for doing that as well. They negotiate deals, but their frame of reference is maybe some of them are lawyers, some of them are businessmen, some of them are electricians. What do you know about structuring economic oil deals? it's so retarded. It's retarded. It's backwards. It's backwards. But because you're the leader, that means you are all knowing. It's retarded. And this is the kind of politics that we practice in the so-called third world. Needless to say, let me move on. This brother in this prompt talked about the way in which they were treated by different groups of people in terms of doing business. He mentioned Nancy Pelosi, and Nancy Pelosi said, I haven't talked to the leaders. Then he said that he dealt with the Chinese. The Chinese, he said he didn't even see the airport. They were treated with such respect. Or when I mean so respect, they were treated much differently. And I always say, you go where you appreciate it, not tolerate it. The president of the United States was questioning the Liberian president, how did you learn English? Where did you learn English from? He's so ridiculous. He doesn't even understand that the Liberians is born of an African American colony. What are you talking about? And then you go to the Chinese man. The Chinese man know you up and down. They study you, and they treat you a whole lot differently than the U.S. president. As far as the debt is concerned, when we talk about how these discussions, it's always in a smaller. It's like, okay, only the Africans owe or have debt issues, but the Americans are in debt to China to up to almost $8 billion. $800 billion. It's never discussed. They are in debt to China to $800 billion. So how they could thumb the finger at Africa when you in debt to China as well? It's hilarious. But I wanted to point out that the fact that they are trying to move away from the aid model to a business model. And if other people are interested in doing business with you rather than that old-fashioned colonial model of just giving you something and we extracting our resources, that shit is dead. You got to move on to something that's different. You got to move on to something that's different. Ditto talked about something in terms of the Commonwealth. Okay? Now, when you mention that, I understand what Ditto mean, you know. Ditto mean, because Ditto is coming from a socialist perspective. So when he talks about Commonwealth, he's talking about the common good for the rest of everyone, all the people that's involved in terms of transactions and business and that concern. But the Commonwealth, it rings differently for people like me. You know, we are called the so-called Commonwealth of the Bahamas. But the Commonwealth in a colonial context was the wealth was common to England. So all the goods and services that was produced in these colonial countries went back to England. You know what I mean? So when you say Commonwealth, to me, the definition is different because that Commonwealth didn't stay with the people, you know, who was producing the wealth itself. It went back to the colony, to the so-called mother country, You know, so that the definition is a little bit different how it rings true to someone in the Caribbean islands as opposed to how you looking at it. So I understand your different, but it rings different for me. You know, as far as the sister was talking about local and formal and informal economies. I know ASU. ASU is practiced in the Bahamas. But when you're talking about the global economy, I don't necessarily know if you could practice ASU in terms of dealing with the global economy. I don't think that you could do. Now, MD2 could correct me to see how that's workable, but I don't necessarily see that structure would be workable in terms of when you're dealing with other countries in that context. Locally, yes, but globally, I don't see it. So you have to be, maybe you have someone that have to break that down for me a little bit better. But I think that the structure of the economy has to be a little bit different. It has to be a little bit different. But I am glad that the brother talked about the Mad Friday and hood to hood and all that good stuff. And my issue is trying to break that down to the common regular man to make him understand the international economic models that he's actually practicing, but he doesn't necessarily know how to define. You know, but he's still practicing it. He's still practicing Keynesian economics, but he ain't gonna say it's Keynesian economics. He says, I just do it the way I do it. You know, so this is on a street level. This is the way to take these economic theoretical models and bring it down to a level where everyday man could understand it, flow with it, and use it to their advantage. You know, but that's what I really wanted to really say on these particular topics. I'll leave it there.
I'm sorry for interrupting. Can I do this for you? Because all my economic models I got from the street. I used to deal drugs. I used to sell things. I was a hustler. And of course, I went to college for other things, architectural degree, the whole 9 yards. But it was the street that taught me. What I'll do is on the Marcus Garvey 3 channel, because I don't want to take up too much time here, I will do a video specifically for you on how to simplify it for folks on the street. Because that's, you know, I got like most of my brothers did like, you know, over 20, 30, 40 years in prison. So, and we all lived, you know, we were definitely in the streets. But I could make it easier for you and how to use that model for international, because you will win by using these simple, very simplistic models. So I'll put that, you can either contact me directly or I'll do a video specifically tailored for you.
Oh, I appreciate that. Just put your email in the chat. Put your email in the chat. I'll get with you.
Hold on there for a quick second.
right.
I just want to say something real quickly. The illegal drug trade for the past 65 years is a clear example of an informal economy that is standardized worldwide and that has been applicable through a well, I'll just say through the ANCAP model of economy, of zero intervention of state or legal or any form of intervention of a formal system into it. The only intervention that the state has is the interception of the supply and distribution, the supply and distribution channels of its function. But the drug trade as a economic model is the best example of an informal economy.
All right. Is there any other last thoughts on this prompt? All right. In the chat, provide triggers for evolution says, Buana, I agree that we have learned different aspects of African economics this evening. However, I wouldn't negate what Bolson had to share just because he is Muslim. There's much to learn. There's much to learn from the totality of the human, I guess, experiment on knowledge-based spectrum. The female economist presented earlier did not impress me that much, to be frank. So I'll let Buana respond to provide triggers, since these last two topics were kind of in response to something she had posted a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, sure. So I would only say that it's a 4-minute video. I would just suggest maybe you could, if you are interested, don't just leave it to what I showed, because it might be my inadequacy and present a good kind of prompt. So read some of her books. Listen to a longer lecture so she could maybe elucidate or maybe go into more detail in what she's talking about. I don't want you to come to any kind of conclusion on a 4-minute video. So maybe look more into it and then see where you are there. But because it may be because I didn't present a good enough video, so I would just suggest maybe look more into a lot more of her discussions and then conclude. Don't rely on my inadequacy of providing the best video that I can provide, man. I just wanted to show that there are there are African people who are trying to solve their problems in a context where we appreciate the foreign, and I'm judging a Muslim brother. We appreciate the foreign advice, but I believe that the best solutions start from self. The best solutions. I'm not saying you shouldn't disregard good information from other quarters. I'm just saying that the best solution sometimes start from self. That's all I would say. I'll leave it there.
All right. Before we all leave, man, let's do our weekly shout outs. If there's no last thoughts on that prompt, let's shout out the positive things we've seen this week in the African world or our personal lives. Jackador, let's start with you. What would you like to shout out this week?
Yeah. First, got a few shout outs. First shout out to the Gen Z of Nepal. Whooping ass, belt to ass, whooping that ass. It's exactly how you handle corrupt politicians. African Gen Z, Caribbean Gen Z, Black American Gen Z. Grab that corrupt politician, grab that corrupt priest or pastor, grab that corrupt imam, and whoop ass, belt to ass, whoop that ass. How they say it in Hustle and Flow, Whoop that trick. Whoop that trick. Second shout out definitely goes out to the shooter. I mean, that motherfucker had aim. God damn. Woo! Good fucking job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. If he was aiming between the eyes, I mean, he missed, but either way, you got him. Hey, how did Obama say when he got Saddam Hussein? Ladies and gentlemen of America, we got him. That's exactly what I was saying too. Hey, good job, shooter. What's your name, Mr. Robinson? Good fucking job. Good fucking job. I love it. I love it. And then last but not least, I'm from Omaha, Nebraska. We're about to watch Bud Crawford of Omaha, Nebraska whoop the shit out of the Mexican. Hey, paisa, huh? You about to get whooped by a Mexican. So, me gusta mucho, Omaha, Nebraska, and I represent the Empowerment Network. We are your consultants, favorite consultant, putting on for the Black community in Omaha, but we partner with sister cities as well, so Oklahoma, Houston, Texas, Little Rock, Arkansas, Memphis, Tennessee, Cincinnati, Ohio, Minneapolis, Minnesota, and Des Moines, Iowa, and everywhere outside and in between. Again, that's the Empowerment Network. That's the Empowerment Network, empoweromaha.com. Every year we have a Rebuilding the Village conference. 2 years ago, we had Magic Johnson. That's right, Magic Johnson. Yeah, he hasn't died from HIV. That's right. We had him as a keynote speaker, and we can have you. We can have you there. So come on down. Come on over, get with us, and that's it.
Appreciate that, Jacadero. Jacadero, if you're available next week, and it'll be great if you could cover for me. But we'll talk during the week. Black Steel, what would you like to shout out this week?
You know, it's been a long, long week, but I would say I want to remember Tupac, man. Tupac died this day 29 years ago, man. So it just kind of made me realize how I'm getting older because, you know, I was a huge Tupac fan in my high school years. But anyways, you know, just remembering Tupac on the anniversary of his death, man. Shout out to him. He's only 25 when he passed, but he still contributed so much. So that's my only shout out to that.
Appreciate that. Black Steel. Cheryl, what would you like to shout out this week?
Yeah, so wasn't this didn't happen this past week. It was a while ago, but there was a brother from Philly who organized a group of kids and took them to Ghana and took them there just to learn about their heritage, to learn about their culture over there, and also to learn a couple of trades. So I thought that was pretty cool. And I was just thinking, like, maybe, you know, if we can have more things like that, we could kind of counteract some of this or a lot of this propaganda that they have out here. So, I mean, I thought that was pretty cool. Like, I just made me wish I was, you know, they had something like that when I was younger. So I thought that was awesome.
Appreciate that, Sister Cheryl. Afro-Native World in chat says beautiful. With that said, let's hear from RBG, Real Black Gentleman. What say you?
What's up? I'm gonna give a shout out to my sister. She just gave birth to her first daughter, her fifth child yesterday. So like, I want to give a shout out to my sister, for real. She out there doing it. You know what I'm saying? Out there doing it. You know what I'm saying? Bringing forth life. You know what I'm saying? I gotta love it. You know what I'm saying? I gotta love it. It's integral. So I gotta give a shout out to my sister. You know what I'm saying? Healthy little baby girl.
Yes, and congrats to you as well, Uncle. Thanks for sharing that with us. MG2 came back to give a shout out. MG2, what would you like to shout out?
First off, I got to give a shout out to you guys because hopefully, you know, with what we learned tonight, we can apply everything because it doesn't take long for us to take over this planet as African people. Hopefully. Another shout out, and I got to reflect the comments of my brother previously. To take a 200-yard shot and hit somebody like that, I mean, that is like next level stuff. Especially,
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's go.
I'm sitting here saying, whoever did that, I just want to, I want to put some money on his book so I could get some lessons so I could be a good sniper. I mean, my goodness. But other than that, you know, I'm just saying, I'm taking a shout out for African people overall. Because if we really wanted whatever we want in this planet, I know we could get it. You know, I believe in us without a doubt. So I'll go ahead and pass the mic.
Appreciate that, MG2. Thanks for coming back to give us that shout out. Last but not least, Buano, what was your shout out this week?
First of all, let me say shout out to Jacadero. I like the young energy, the young people. Her and my sister, you know, they're a little bit different. I don't know what you call them, generation what? I don't know what you call them, but millennials. Yeah, I like the millennials. The millennials make me laugh sometimes, but I love them. You know, so shout out to the brothers and sisters, all my good millennials out there. You know, holding down the fort. You know, I love them. I love y'all, man. Y'all are great people. Great people. Y'all gonna change this world. Shout out to that DEI bullet. You know, the DEI bullet. The throat is just as good. Yeah, the throat is just as good as the head. But I mean, the throat did the work. So shout out to that DEI bullet. Shout out to Uncle RGB. Uncle RGB, you have a responsibility and a duty, brother. You know, you listen to us for a long time. You have a lot of good information. So that little sister who's coming into the world, you appreciate her, you congratulate her, but you have a duty to train her to be the best Black sister possible, African sister possible, and hopefully she'll be able to be one of the people that change this world. So you have a duty. So shout out to you and your duty and your obligation to make sure that she understands this world and she is a competitor. And she is a competitor in this world. So shout out to you and your responsibilities. You know, but for the rest of the chat, shout out to all my great brothers and sisters who contributed tonight. I've learned many things from Dipso and MG2 and Jackada and all the brothers and sisters who came on and contributed. I've learned many things in terms of how we think and how we look at the world. And we may look at it differently, but this world will be a better place if we start to operationalize a lot of the things that we talk about. So your obligation is to try to be your best self, you know. But shout out to all the brothers and sisters who, whether you're listening or you're contributing with words, you know, shout out to all the brothers and sisters.
Yes, indeed, man. Shout out to everyone who participated tonight, both on the panel and in the chat. Shout out to anyone who donated to the cause during the week. And shout out to anyone who wasn't a Umar Johnson these past couple of days. So with that said, we should be back next Saturday, episode 212. Let's see who pulls it off. You guys vote on the poll. Is it Canelo or is it Crawford tonight, man? We're gonna end probably just in time to see the beginning of that fight. Again, see you guys next week, man. You guys be good. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.